Hello everybody. Hey, listen, I hope everybody can hear me. I know it's still early out where you are. I say this all the time, but welcome to Black Man Unfiltered Network. And BMU is crazy enough to keep letting me take these airwaves. But tonight, we're talking about liberal Democrats wanting to see America burn. And TDS is not a strategy. So it should be pretty interesting tonight for all of us to have this discussion. Um, well, I'm gonna call it a discussion. Really, I'm gonna be just rattling off at the jibs and telling you a couple of things maybe I haven't really talked about before, or have, but not in a succinct fashion. I want to do tonight. Because there's a couple of things going here. I think some people think that uh, just because I have this animus against the Democrats, that I have some full-throated love for the Republicans. That's not the truth. I just like what they're doing right now. Uh, and I'm still a registered Democrat, but I don't like the fact that they've been hijacked by the socialist left wing. And I believe those people want to rather see America burn than to actually have dialogue. So that's where I'm coming from. What's going on, Antoine? How you doing? So that's the thing. So tonight I want to cover two things mostly, and I have some, of course, a lot of clips. Some of the clips are real short. The last one is not as short. Hey, what's going on? So um, two things. One, I really want to kind of delve into the thought of how come uh, black folk is so tied to the Democratic Party based on the history of how the Democrats treated us. And the other thing is, I want to go ahead and just be a little bit more clear on why it was important that we didn't put Kamala Harris in the White House in 2024. And I have legitimate reasons why, not just because I didn't want a woman in there. I would freely admit I certainly don't want any hysterical black women, in any more positions of power, because we have a lot of receipts that, one, the power goes to their head and they're just too emotional for the job. And at those high pressure jobs, I haven't seen too many receipts where I said, well, I could be comfortable with this woman over that one. And that's just me. But there's more legitimate reasons why she wasn't going to be good for us, because she's a socialist at heart. She believes in the kind of things that I disagree with. So that's why I didn't vote for her. And I'm gonna go through some of that as people come in. And so I'm gonna go line by line. But the first part of really what I want to go by is, what is this undying allegiance that we have for the Democrats? It's crazy. I don't understand it. And Antoine, I guess you could hear me pretty good. I don't know if I'm talking too loud or not, but uh, as more people come in, here's the thing I want to also say is that there's some things between the Democrats and the Republicans that's a wash. That doesn't matter which party we select. Here's where they're bipartisan, and where they're bipartisan, there's some things that I don't agree with at all. Uh, First, here's the bipartisan part. It doesn't matter whether you like the Democrats, doesn't matter whether you like the Republicans. Here, there's no daylight really between the two parties. One, they're both uh, extremely tethered to the whims and the whimsical nature of Israel. That's both parties are bought and paid for by the Israeli lobbies, right? So that's undeniable, and that's one thing you can't. It doesn't matter which party you vote for. Israel controls a lot because APEC puts a lot of money in their pockets. So that's one. The second thing, now the way they go about certain things might be different, but in the end, both parties are beholden. The second thing is they're both, no matter how you slice it, they both want to see us continually at war. Don't buy the bullshit that Trump's talking about, because he's already setting up to have a war with Iran, right? So even if he's trying to stop the war in Europe, he's still selling wolf tickets to say he's going to have a war with Iran. So war is something that both parties agree with because they got to keep the military industrial complex fed. So there's no real daylight between the two parties there. They might try to talk some bullshit, but somehow we're continually at war over a couple of, or over Democrat and Republican administrations. Even though they said when Trump was in there for his 4 years, there wasn't no real world wars per se. I'll give him that. I'll give him that. Okay, but he's already talking wolf tickets about Iran. So, and if they don't comply, he's saying people are going to die. So, so there, that's enough. Right? So that's war. The third thing, and whoever else came in here, the third thing is that both parties are beholden to big pharma. Both parties, and whoever's coming in late, you might have to go back and start this later to see it on replay. The both thing is no daylight between the Republicans or the Democrats. Is they're both in the back pocket of big pharma. We're not getting any relief from the excessive, cost of drugs and the influence that big pharma has on our government. That we don't get any relief there. And the fourth thing, and this is mostly this notion on reparations. Now, this is mostly on the Democrats, and I don't understand why the Democrats don't see this. Hey, the Wildest Wake Up Show. How you doing? I haven't seen you before. What's going on, man? Or maybe I have. I just didn't catch the name. All right. Have a good day, man. Stick around for a second. I have some more on reparations. One of the things I did to tell people that I'm sure on a national level, we are never going to see reparations, and we need to stop gaslighting and stop telling people, our constituents, that it's coming. And let me tell you why. Since 1960, the Democrats had 4 times since 1960 where they had the House, they had the Senate, they had the presidency, they probably had a Supreme Court that was liberal, and they did nothing to give blacks reparations. In fact, they did nothing to even give us an anti-lynching bill. You see what they're trying to do for the Jews now with their anti-Semitic bills? So let me give you the years. From 1961 to 1966, LBJ had all seats of power. He never brought no damn reparations to the floor on the national level. He didn't have Congress do it. He didn't say he would sign something into law. Okay, that was him. He had 5 years. In 1977 to 1980, Jimmy Carter had all seats of power. He had all seats of power. He didn't do anything about reparations or the anti-lynching bill. This is your beloved Democrats, okay? In 2009 and 2010, Barack Hussein Obama had all seats of power, right? He didn't do shit either, right? Matter of fact, he's known for what he did for the alphabet more than what he did for anybody black. So there you have that. And in 2021 and 2022, your beloved, everybody's beloved, Joe Biden had all seats of power, and he stuck his finger up on that at the blacks as well. So this notion that the Democrats somehow have black people in mind for what they want to do, it's just absolute bullshit. We need to stop talking about that. They don't have our best interests in mind. They're more like a Trojan horse. They act like they're our friends, but all of the killers are inside a Trojan horse waiting to pounce. And that's what they do every time they get a chance. So let's stop the cap. We don't have any friends. The only friends we have are the ones we make. So I just wanted to go through a little bit of that, just so we could say, so we can get that out of the way. There's no love for us on either side of the aisle. It's what we make it. It's what we have to do. And I wanted, like I said, I wanted to do something different. And so I wanted to say, listen, the reason why I passed off of the Democrats for this, had this epiphany. Take it. Remember, I voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. I didn't even like the woman. I was just doing my black thing, voting for a Democrat, right? That's what they told me to do. And I was moving roadly like that for most of my life. And I hope that I could save some of you guys from doing the same stupid thing that I did. And that doesn't mean you will never vote for a Democrat again. It just means that the party's being run by people who don't have America's best interests in mind. So here's another thing. I have something just to say to like black women. Black women, I believe there's a common thought that black women have a lot of contempt for black men today. I think subliminally because we weren't able to protect you during slavery. And that's true. We weren't. You guys were subjected to some of the worst shit during slavery, and the men couldn't do anything about it or didn't do anything about it. And so you might have some subliminal contempt for us today, because that's what it seems like when you hear a lot of women talk. But what I don't get is as much contempt that you have for us. I don't get all the love you guys have for the Democrats when it was the Democrats who had us enslaved. They're the ones who had us enslaved. And that brings me to the segue of, let's just go through the history of our relationship with the Democratic Party, right? So everybody loves these guys, but the Democrats were our slavers. The worst shit that everybody keeps going back to in history, the Democrats were responsible for that. They were. There's no denying that. There's no coming away from that. And this undying bullshit that we have for them is crazy. You know that 89% of the American blacks, we weren't even Americans, we were just slaves, but 89% of us were on the plantation back in slavery time. And that means 11% of us were free, right? Free, quote unquote, right? Today, 89% of us are still voting for, are still beholden to the Democrats. If you aggregate both men and women, even after this last election, if you do any kind of math, it's still close to 89%. Ain't that some shit? So after all that said, we're still beholden to these guys at a clip of 89%. Why is that? So let's just go back. There was a Dred Scott decision against John Sanford, who was the defendant. Because Dred Scott actually had a case go all the way up to the Supreme Court. He was petitioning for his freedom and the freedom of blacks. And Dred Scott, based on that decision, Sanford won the case, and they said, well, there's no laws that black men, or no liberties that black men have, because you guys are not, considered human. So you can't be citizens, blah, 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 blah. So, so they lost. A few years later was the Civil War, correct? In 61. So when the Civil War happened, just kind of think about the Civil War. Now, they didn't free the slaves like they try to glorify it in the movies. The Civil War was fought to keep the Union together, right? They wanted to keep the Union together. So as a byproduct of keeping the Union together, they freed the slaves. Now, they didn't have to free the slaves, by the way. They could have made a deal with the Southerners because they let them keep their monuments. They let them keep their dignity. They let them keep everything that was dear to them, the Confederate flag and all that shit. But they didn't have to free the slaves, but they went on and did it. But they could have set a deal with the white Democrats in the South. They could have said, hey, listen, you could keep your Negroes, right? You could keep your Negroes, but we're going to tax them. For every Negro you have, we're going to tax you maybe a quarter a week or $1 a month or something like that. They could have just taxed the labor. They could have taxed ownership. They could have taxed all that stuff. But they said, it'd probably be better that we just end slavery because we'll be back here fighting again at some point. So in lieu of that, when they came up with the 13th Amendment, uh, to free the slaves, they put a little proviso in the 13th Amendment that they can put us in slavery if we commit a crime. Now, it didn't just expressly say blacks, but if you go to crime, if you commit a crime, they could actually get labor out of you as if you were a slave. And that clause in the 13th Amendment still stands today. Go look it up. And so when you think about private prisons and you think about the inordinate amount of black people who do extra time, even your girl Kamala Harris kept a lot of black prisoners in California jails so she could get free labor. I'm not making that up. You could look that up. That was one of the things people was mad at her about. So they still have provisos in the Constitution and the 13th Amendment that can de facto enslave a population. And you know that all the crimes that black people are not, some crimes shouldn't even take jail time. But if it's a private prison and they need chattel so they can get paid per person, guess who they give kickbacks to? The judges for elongated sentences. So, so there's a whole bunch of effery going on when it came to the 13th Amendment. Okay, so let's kind of get that straight. Democrats were the ones who had us enslaved. The Republicans were the ones who killed their brothers to keep the Union together and de facto free the slaves. All right, so let's go to the Ku Klux Klan. People say the Ku Klux Klan was founded by the Democratic Party. No, they're not necessarily that way, except that the founders of the Ku Klux Klan were most likely all Democrats because they came from the South. These are the remnants of the people who lost the war. They committed all kinds of crimes against blacks, including lynching, property theft, burning houses down, raping the women, all of that kind of stuff. These guys were a terrorist group, and they were allowed to fester. And really the Democrats became what they call the white man's party, and that ushered in Jim Crow. And Jim Crow was the white man's Democrat Party that lasted from 1870 to 1964. Well, I was born in 1958, so I could say to people I was born in the Jim Crow era, right? So we're still, so these were Democrats. But so let's tell what's the watershed moment that happened to us in the midst of the Jim Crow era, right? It was the New Deal, right? The New Deal came in 1936 when it was a Great Depression. And even though in the Great Depression, everybody was messed up, whites, blacks. If the whites were messed up, we were like on our way out, right? If they couldn't get a job, you knew we couldn't get a job. So FDR had his New Deal. This is when he started saying, we're going to give out welfare or somehow for people to get back on their feet. And even though we became kind of in between when we had our right to vote. Half of us were voting for Democrats, half of us were voting for Republicans. But when FDR came out with that New Deal, 78% of the blacks voted for Democrats because they wanted that New Deal, right? Because it made sense, right? But I have a chart that I want to show you guys about that. So just bear with me for a second, just so because illustrations are better than me just rattling off at the jibs. Okay. All right. This is the chart that if you look at this chart here, it has three graphs on it. The first one, if you look at the bottom left, is Black Party identification. So all the way over here to the left, 36, 37, 38. But it looked like 50-50 between the Republicans and the Democrats. But when FDR talked about the New Deal, right, black vote for president went up to 78% for the Democrat. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna get to that super chat in a second. So you see that once the New Deal came out, even though affiliation it was kind of even for the next 3 years, the way our voting patterns, it changed completely over to Democrats, all the way to 2004 on this particular chart. So that's one of the reasons why we switched over from Republicans to Democrats, because the Democrats were at least giving out something that could keep families alive, right? Some money, some this, some assistance, that kind of shit, right? And then this was last year, this was 2024, right? Black women, 92%, 91%, black men, 77%. You do some kind of calculations here. Black people are pretty much 89% still on the Democratic tip. You see what I'm saying? So this is how we kind of transitioned over. And I still have more, right? And what I'm going to do is, let's just go ahead and hit the superstar. I'll come back to this. So this gets us to FDR. And then I'm going to fast forward to the Civil Rights Bill. Okay. Hey, Antoine, thanks for the super chat for the channel. Right. I saw the documentary on the 13th. You know, you'll see how the project to prison pipeline, you know, was started. Exactly. You know, so, and it's a loophole that made it possible. We were supposed to be divesting from private prison, by the way. It just never happened. So thanks for the super chat. Well, anyway, so this is where we are. We're still on the plantation, but I'm gonna get rid of this, and then we're gonna talk a little bit more about fast forward up to the civil rights era, right? The civil rights bill. Everybody keeps thinking that the Democrats did something great for the civil rights bill because LBJ, he signed it, but he didn't. He from what I understood, he was really not the biggest proponent of it, but he signed it because it got through the Senate. Now, when we talk about 1964, the Senate, it was a Democrat named Richard Johnson, or no, not Johnson, Richard Russell, who made the final arguments to not pass the Civil Rights Bill. And it was Everett Dirksen, a Republican, who had to get enough votes to break the filibuster, or else we would have never had the 1964 Civil Rights Bill. Yeah, that's a fact. These are the Democrats who were trying to stop the Civil Rights Bill, not the Republicans, right? The Democrats. Okay, so now the bill goes on the desk of LBJ, and LBJ. So LBJ does this. So I'm going through this whole thing. So all you guys out there listening to me, hit the like button, by the way. You know, share this, hit the replay, because this is the chronology. Now, I don't have to be right, but all of these historical events that could have helped shape how we think today. Okay, so going back to LBJ signing it, he made a Faustian bargain with black people. Now, for those of you who know what a Faustian bargain is or don't, it's really a deal with the devil. And here was the deal. The deal was, I'll sign this civil rights bill, okay, but you have to give up the black family, okay? Because in that bill, and what he did by giving us that bill, he told a black woman, he said, listen, you know what? We're going to have welfare, and we're going to give you some welfare if you have kids. But guess what? You can't have a man at the same time. And the woman took the deal. Women took the deal. Not all women, of course, because we still had families, but a lot of women did. Now, you know, in their defense, in the defense of the so-called indefensible, and this is not with just black men, but back then you could imagine how hard and how down black men were, and all men were, but black men in terms of jobs in the early 60s, in terms of jobs that could sustain a family on a mass scale, right? We're still talking about living wage now. And I can't imagine about what was a living wage back then that could intact, you know, keep a family intact. So a lot of women took the deal. Of course, there was some unwed pregnancies, but men couldn't be in the house. So then, and people say, well, was that really true? And all you need to do is watch the movie Claudine. And Claudine was a woman, Diane Carroll, she had 6 children. And the reason and the only way she was able to keep her welfare check was that she couldn't have a man living in her house. So that was art imitating life, and that was a well accredited movie. And I don't know if they made it today. It might be some people really mad at that. She had 2 baby daddies, right, and 6 children. And then, of course, James Earl Jones was what we would call the biggest simp in the world, wanting to take on a woman with 6 children. 6 children, right? And so yeah, that was really true. So think about the family being starting to be shattered. It was small in the beginning about women who took the deal. And then all of a sudden, somebody probably introduced, well, if you have more kids, you'll get bigger check. And I would imagine some women took that deal as well. And then the crack era came, and both mama and daddy was cracked up. And then, oh, lo and behold, there was the crime bill in '94, which not only had the men out of the house, but it put them in a different house that they couldn't even visit the kids. And so we could just keep going on how we decided, how we've broken apart from each other based on the choices we've all made. And so that was that's our relationship with the Democrats. And so, okay, and I got one more last thing with you guys, okay? Um, and because, oh yeah, there was a little part nobody talks about. It was the pill. The birth control pill came out in 1960. Now, you might say, well, that was to prevent pregnancy. Yeah, it was. But it also promoted promiscuity, right? Because it gave women the freedom to have as much casual sex as they could muster without the same fears of getting pregnant. Before, they had other forms of birth control, but this was like one of the most effective. So that plays a part in the way we thought about sexuality and stuff, the freedom of women to do stuff without fear. So that's another thing. So fast forward to where we are today, and your Democrats beloved person that was this last president. Okay, so think about these items that have what these new items. These next items I'm going to talk about what they have in common. Segregationists, right? Anita Hill, the crack era punishment, the crime bill, and the eulogy of Robert Byrd, who was a high-ranking Ku Klux Klan member who believed in segregation. All of these things have one man in common, Joe Biden. Joe Biden stood on the steps of a high school saying the worst thing that could ever happen is segregate this high school with Negroes. That was Joe Biden. Joe Biden re-attacked Anita Hill in the well of the Senate. That was Joe Biden who was presiding over Anita Hill's thing in Clarence Thomas trial, right? The crack era punishment, where a vial of crack gave you more punishment than a pound of cocaine, and then the crime bill, and then Robert Byrd, who was the oldest living congressman senator. He died in office, I believe. He was 90s. This guy was a devout racist. Now he might have softened later in age, but you could never tell. But guess who did his eulogy? It was Joe Biden. And everybody's saying that Donald Trump is more racist than Joe Biden. There's no way in hell. And so I just don't know. So both parties, the Democrat, this allegiance to the Democrat, still, when you really examine it, it doesn't make any sense at all, because they don't have our best interests in mind. And every time they have an opportunity to do something specifically for their best puppy dogs, they don't do it. They don't do it. So there you have it. So this election that came up, and I've been since 2023, I've been talking about divesting from the Democrats, right? Just let's divest from them. And people automatically say, well, you divest from them, you vote for a Republican. Yeah, if the Republicans have something to offer. You know what I'm saying? And so, they did this time. Well, Kamala Harris was the old guard of socialism, far left thinking, and all that. Donald Trump was the beneficiary of straight talk. Straight talk. I'm gonna do A, I'm gonna do B, I'm gonna do C, I'm gonna do E. Right? He had a plan, and he said that plan from the campaign trail, and it all made sense to me, especially with all of the immigration debacle. Now, let me talk a little bit about immigration. You heard people say that it's not a crime to be here illegally. That's a lie. It's a lie. But it's not. So it's not. It's both a crime and it's a civil penalty. But here's the difference. Title 8, 13, 25, and 26 says that if you enter 25, if you enter the United States illegally, it's a misdemeanor, a criminal misdemeanor. Not a big deal. A lot of people say they catch you, they kick you out. You're still here illegally, and it's a criminal misdemeanor that gets put on your record. You come back and they catch you again, it's a criminal felony. It's a criminal felony. They'll deport you again, right? And if you commit a crime, they might put you in one of our jails. But now you got all these black marks against you, and you could never, I believe, petition to be a citizen after that kind of arrest. So the other thing is, if you came here on a visa, or if your parents brought you here and they didn't apply for a green card for you, but let's just say you came here as an adult on a visa, or as a young adult for college, and you got a visa and you stayed and you overstayed your visa, but you never had it renewed, or you never got a sponsor to get you into the green card status. If your visa expires, it's a civil penalty. It becomes a civil penalty. It's not a criminal penalty, but it's a civil penalty. Okay. And that civil penalty and the criminal penalty, they all are subject to deportation. They're all subject to deportation, whether you're here on an expired visa or if you came in over the border illegally. You could be deported. There's no safe haven for you either way. If you're not here in legal status, they could deport you. So all of the bleeding heart shit that's going on right now is contrary to our laws. So we gotta get used to it. So I'm gonna show you a little case. I'm gonna hit the clip because I've been running at the jibs a little bit. Hey, Trey Taylor, I see you over there. I was following the Fort Myers debacle, where the Fort Myers board is 3 women and 3 men. And they were discussing whether they would abide by the governor's edict that ICE should be able to train their local police force. And the Fort Myers board has to really follow the governor's edict. But somehow, some way, shape, form, or fashion, they were sitting down here having a discussion as to whether they would vote for their police force to be trained by ICE to be able to handle illegal criminals. And they got deadlocked 3-3. And I just want to kind of show you the kind of people at a certain level that's making decisions for our lives and the impact. So I'm gonna just bear with me, okay? I'm gonna just show you this clip, and you tell me what you see.
The argument, and I know there's no malintent to it, that we would risk federal or state funding if I don't sign up for this. It is a tumultuous day and age, and this is a day I hate sitting in this seat, but my city's not for sale.
First of all, it's not because your city's not for sale that you're going to lose funding, it's for the safety of the population. That's what it's about. The punishment is you're going to lose funding because you're going to make a stupid decision and go against the city, state, and federal ordinances and make a vote based on crying and boohoo whining and crying. Why are you on the council in the first place if you can't make a tough decision? There's more. There's more. Wait a minute. There's more. I mean, just follow the statutes. Jesus Christ.
Councilmember Geraldo.
Don't stop there either. Don't stop.
Person, thank you for your words and thank you.
Sorry, I can't.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man. If I'm a resident of Fort Myers and I'm sitting here looking at these two hands crying over making a decision to save the community, I really, this would be their last session. Well, whatever term it is, I'd be voting them out as hard as I can. I'd probably start a petition. All three of them.
Here to represent my city, but my city is not just all of us sitting here. It's the people that live here to support you, Chief, to support the intent of the city. I can't stand behind this as an immigrant, the only immigrant sitting in this council, because although this isn't about me particularly, I have been in that position, and I can't. This has. I can't even express how heavy this is in my heart.
Okay, so you're an immigrant or whatever, and you've been in. Well, you were a criminal. You were trafficking little girls and little boys. You were selling drugs. What are you talking about? I mean, it's like these people can't even distinguish between what a person is, an immigrant legally or an illegal one. All right, so it's enough of that. All right. So I'm just telling you. I mean, it's just crazy. Listen, and so a couple of days later, under threat from the governor and the mayor and everybody else, they acquiesced and they voted in that their police force could deal. But the bigger picture is, and this goes double for white, because there was a black lady on there too, and I didn't put her up there. And all she's talking about, well, we were slaves, and so I understand that we have to vote this way because we. All I'm just trying to tell you is I don't see how women the biggest problem is that most of the women who are in power are liberals. They are absolute emotional liberals. And that way of thinking is kind of dangerous for the hard decisions that need to be made to have a orderly society. It's impossible. And so when the black lady says slaves, I said, what the hell does the slaves have to do with where you are today? You're on the goddamn council. You got to protect the people of today, not from slave owners, but from the criminals. And she's just going on. She was boohoo whining and crying. So you got three cackling hens crying on the board. It was just incredible to watch. I mean, you can go to my channel. I have it under, if you want to see the whole thing, whatever, as boring as I am. It was on the, I do some political reaction videos, and it's the thumbnails say Fort Myers. So that's what that is. I said, how are we going to have some kind of all these women on and they're crying. So here's what they're crying about. Now, here's the thing that they're crying about, which bothers me, because all you got to do is take a little look at what we're up against. And you should have some hardened heart about some of this stuff. So here's the next thing I'm gonna show you. So I'm into my clips now. Where's that clip of that one? Yeah, if I can find it. All right. So I don't need that. Let me go out of this. Let me find my clip.
Some officials have actually described Trinidad as MS-13 on steroids, a reference to the infamous Salvadorian gang. Trinidad is a Venezuelan prison gang, which in large part was seen to be contained in South America, but now has spread its influence to here in the United States and operating in states like New York, Colorado, even Wisconsin, and where you are, Natasha, in Chicago. And according to some reports, have even been given the green light to open fire on American law enforcement. From armed robbery to looting of high-end stores, authorities began tracking the Trinidad gang operations in New York City, where gang members have been involved in robberies and violent clashes with law enforcement, including this brutal attack on NYPD officers in January. At least 2 of the 14 suspects have been linked to the gang. Another shocking incident that made national headlines, the murder of nursing student Lincoln Riley. Authorities believe the suspects, 2 brothers identified as Diego and Jose Ibarra, have ties to the Trinidad gang. More recently, 2 major incidents in Colorado also involving the Trinidad gang. In Aurora, gang members have been linked to violent incidents at several apartment complexes. As you can see, the alleged gang members carrying assault rifles. Local police have responded to numerous cases where residents were victims of armed robberies and home invasions. And in Denver, thieves suspected to be linked to the Trinidad gang pulled off a high-profile jewelry heist, stealing over $100,000 worth of merchandise. In the video,
All right, so you guys get the gist of this, right? The point is they're over here trying to, while they're boohoo whining and crying about, you know, illegal immigration, they would rather see the country run roughshod over all of this stuff. Yeah, I've seen the fentanyl numbers. It's incredible about the people who are dying from fentanyl trade. And that both Canada and Mexico not doing enough to stop the gangs right where the sources are. And whoever's bringing it in from China, processing it and getting it over to the United States, it's insidious. And when they get caught. And so what I'm trying to say is we got to stop. We got to put people in position to stop being bleeding hearts. You listen to the news, and especially over that last deportation of guys who went to the infamous prison. Now, I got to show you the prison. For the faint of heart, if you can't handle this, I feel sorry for you, but this is a reality. If you were in one of those prisons, they break these guys. I know it's not easy to watch, but let me do this first. We're gonna share this. It's not a long video, but let's start.
Rifles.
Yep. For your car.
Yes. And then we're going to be pushing back.
First of all, do not come to our country illegally. You will be removed and you will be prosecuted. But know that this facility is one of the tools in our toolkit that we will use if you commit crimes against the American people.
All right. Now, the bleeding heart media, right? They see this. Now, if you get caught up in this net, there are guys, there's no way that there's a couple of guys caught up in the net. It's just like when they used the death penalty. They used to say nobody innocent ever was, executed. That's a lie. It's been a lie. It's one of the biggest lies the United States has ever told. There's probably been plenty of people wrongfully executed when the death penalty was just like hang them high. So it's going to be fair to say that some of the guys that they have in here just got caught up in the net, probably. And so the argument is whether they should have due process. Now, here's a little bit. This is how these guys sleep. They don't have individual beds. They don't have anything. They break these guys, man. And They absolutely break them. And I don't know, if the draconian methods, there'll be some reporter somehow coming out with all the draconian methods. Now, as an American citizen, you have to decide whether this punishment is worth what they done to Lake and Rowley, or to all the innocent people. Would they have mercy on the people that they come down on as gang members? Right? So while the Democrats and everybody's trying to boo-hoo and say, oh man, what was me for these guys? The victims of these guys got no mercy. None. None. So we can't have cackling hens on boards, trying to feel sorry for people who are criminals. Now, was this a photo op for Kathy, for Newham? Absolutely. It was a photo op to kind of be a deterrent, because we will send your ass here. Now, truthfully, every illegal immigrant does not go to this prison, for sure. They get sent back. Mostly, the vast majority of them just get sent back to their own country. But this is for the worst of the worst. But if you tell me that maybe somebody didn't slip in there or something without due process, probably. And there should be a remedy for those kind of guys if they're still alive by the time you get to them. I would imagine that there's a lot of casualties in that place. So anyway, I could just tell you. So I'm just going down the immigration was one of the biggest reasons why I could not vote for Kamala Harris. That was just the first one on my list. The gender dysphoria issue is another one, and the grooming of children, right? I mean, the executive order that there's only two genders, I agree with that. I don't think that anybody should be forced to dispel with biology because of a couple of people who have gone crazy in their minds. And Hollywood and everybody else is going to try to perpetuate bullshit for 1% of the population. It's absolutely insane. It was insane. It was insane at the top of it, with Disney and all the big major companies trying to promote this bullshit. USAID trying to spread it around the world, and all of that kind of stuff. This has nothing to do with homophobia or any of that stuff. It's just common sense. Why are we trying to perpetuate all this shit? I think it's part of population control, by the way. That's what I really think it is. They're trying to come at population control at all angles. And this is one of them, because these people, once they get messed up, they can never have children. And Big Pharma also is taking this, because when they mutilate children or they mutilate anybody else, they got to take drugs for the rest of their lives. So I got a clip from the president that he said something, and it's profound. It's a real short clip, but I want to play it because I want you guys to really catch what he says, right? Because I agree with this, and it's still in this whole thing, right? And these are the reasons why me, Richard Payne, I couldn't vote for Kamala Harris. Right? So I just wanted to, that's what I said in the beginning. I was going to show you that it wasn't because she was just a woman. That was part of it, but it was like on the bottom of the list, because there was a bunch of other things. I couldn't vote for this chick. Here's another one of them.
Cringe direction. And this part in particular was pretty great. Let's listen to it.
On day one, I made the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. Is there anybody, seriously, is there anybody that disagrees with that in this room? I was thinking maybe somebody from the press might raise their hand. I don't think so. There aren't too many people. It's amazing. It's got to be like a 98% issue, right? So what are they doing, Marjorie? What are they doing? They're fighting for a 2% issue. That's good. Let them keep doing it. No matter how many surgeries you have or chemicals you inject, if you're born with male DNA in every cell of your body, you can never become a woman. You're not going to be a woman.
Let me just stop it right there because that's all that's it. It's not this compromise bullshit or anything like that, right? That's it. He said it. The point is, if you were born a male, you could take as much drugs, you could cut everything off. If you were born a woman, you could take as much drugs and do some surgery and try to put a little hanging chad down there and do all that shit. You are not changing your sex. You are just putting yourself in a life of a fantasy life that has to be bolstered by drugs and lies for the rest of your life. And let's just put it this way. There's a case that was, and I don't know if it was fiction or not, where a person had the full surgery. And some of these, things, the surgery works so well, especially if you have soft features. This guy was supposed to be beautiful. He gets married, right, to a man. And then after 3 or 4 years, that man wants to have children. That man wants to have children. This transvestite can't have any kids. So he's got to come clean, but he never told the husband that he was born a male, right? So I think that has to be a crime. That it's either some kind of crime, or maybe a new form of paternity fraud or whatever. But you shouldn't be able to get away scot-free by doing that. You got to have some kind of disclosure. So part of what Trump is doing is saying that on your passport at the federal level, there ain't no horse shit or other. You're either a male or a female. And if you lie on that passport, that damn sure is a federal crime, right? That's a crime. Think about how the crime statistics are starting to get skewed. Because the news, when a transvestite does something, it's a man pretending to be a woman, commits a crime, a murder, or whatever it is. The news media, and so I think maybe even some of the police reports say a man did it or a woman did it when it was actually a man dressed as a woman. So that skews some of the police statistics because they're not telling the truth who a real perpetrator is because they're doing this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So that's another reason why I couldn't vote for the Democrats, because that part of the Democratic wing owns the party, the AOCs, the Jasmine Crockett's, the bald-headed chick, Ilhan Omar, and all the sycophantic men who acquiesce to all of this bullshit. There's even a case that people are starting to say, I ain't making this up, that there's no masculine men on the side of the Democrats that's worth following. Tim Walz, Tampon Timmy, the guy who puts tampons in the boys' bathroom. Who is it? Hakeem Jeffries. I'm telling you to do. Come on, Hakeem. Stop it. Now, where's the Congressional Black Caucus? What have they put forward for anybody? Right? I don't want to say nothing. Okay, so yeah, man, Tampon Timmy, man, get out of here, man. He's a killer. But anyway, folks, listen, all I'm just trying to get across to everybody out there, I'm just going to go through this thing because I have to get this off, because I think there's a lot of people who support Trump or who could, mostly because they couldn't vote for the Democrats, right? I really believe that, so of course, the other thing that's more insidious is that they're promoting this transgenderism on our children, right? That's the most, in California, if you look up California Assembly Bill 1955, they restrict parents' knowledge of what their kids are doing in school. They prohibit teachers for telling yo, Joe, you know what? Let me tell you, when your son comes to school, he actually goes to the bathroom and he puts on a dress, or he puts on like a cat suit, and he likes to purr through classes as part of his answer. You can't tell the parents that. Your kids are having a dysphoric, dysphoria event. But you can't tell by law, you can't tell the parents what's going on. Oh, by the way, we have a class trip coming up next week. I need your consent to sign this so they can go to Lake, Podunk. So for the most important thing that's going on with the kids, you can't say anything. But for a trivial trip, because of insurance purposes, we need you to really sign something. It's just upside down. This is all the Democrats. It's upside down. It's just absolute madness. Okay, so I got more. And like I said, this is my clip section. I'm going to go through it because I like the clips to talk for me a little bit, as opposed to me just keep saying, plus it bricks up. There's Megyn Kelly, and she's interviewing Jordan Peterson. And it's just a short clip. It's a couple minutes.
That's a tiny proportion of the actual trouble. The real trouble's at the state level. And I can't see how the school system could be set up any worse. It's unbelievably expensive. It does a terrible job at making kids literate and numerate. It's radically propagandistic in the most insane possible ways. I mean, the idea that we should be teaching our children to be confused about their sexual and gender identities, period, but let alone in elementary and junior high schools. You couldn't do anything. You literally can't do anything to confuse children more deeply than to confuse them about whether or not they're male or female.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And the audience has heard this, but just as a reminder, we pulled our children, our two boys and our daughter, she was at a different school. We pulled our children from their New York City private schools because of this radicalism. When our eldest was in 3rd grade at literally one of the best and most respected private schools in the country, and an all-boys school where they're supposed to have some knowledge and expertise in educating boys, in the 3rd grade, without telling the parents, they unleashed a several-week-long educational program on these boys on trans issues, featuring men running around in tutus, suggesting if you like the color purple, you might potentially secretly be a girl, and then made the little boys, all these boys in 3rd grade, raise their hands and say on a scale of 1 through 5, how certain they were that they were boys. And I can't remember whether it was the 5 or the fist that just suggested, I'm just confused about what you're saying here. Like, I don't understand what you're asking me. And all these little kids chose that option because they didn't even have any understanding of what was being introduced to them. And this was a school, Jordan, where all the parents who go there, most, are really wanting little junior to get into Harvard or Yale or Stanford. And so these parents typically do not push back because the name of the game is to be well liked by the administration and the people who have junior's future in their hands. And even this group, after that, was outraged and revolted and stood up to say, what are you doing? They were.
Let me stop it there. Now, you know what the critical thing here is, the difference between what Megyn is saying? She actually asked her kids, or had enough relationship with her kids to ask them what's going on in school. A lot of people don't, whether they do, they don't ask their kids what's going on in school. What did you learn today? Or if something happened in school, right? You just want the school to be a babysitter. And then if your kids come home safe, that's it. Maybe they do their homework, but nobody don't ask them, what are y'all talking about in class? And I might have been guilty of a little bit of that till I got a little bit wiser, right? So, but it wasn't my primary thing. But, for her to find that out, so a lot of time kids don't say anything. They just think that's a natural progression of things because they're in school and they got to be good people. You tell them to listen to their teachers and stuff, do what you're told. That's what's going on. And so a vote for Kamala Harris, can you imagine 4 more years of fighting back this bullshit? It would have been more codified. They were trying to codify these things. California, they already did. And Gavin Newsom right now, the snake, is trying to rebrand himself for the future. And that should, I hope people don't fall for it because he's as liberal as it comes. So just I'm gonna just go ahead and give you this clip too. There's another clip real quick that I'm gonna show you guys. It's another minute. Here's the same thing that they had in front of some third grade. All right, so let me go ahead and share this one with you guys and see how y'all like it.
This appeared on the website for a show that targeted children between the ages of 3 and 8 years old before PBS took it down, and took it down because of the public outrage, because they were forced to. But let's see it again. This again is for kids ages 3 to 8. Watch.
So get your singing voices ready. And we're going to start with our hips. The hips on the drag queen go swish, 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 swish. The shoulders on the drag queen go shimmy, 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 shimmy. Blah, 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 blah. The mouth on the drag queen goes blah, 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 all through the town.
So just a male cross-dresser singing.
All right, so yeah, there you go, right? The guys tell you, people will tell you that no, they're not trying to groom your children. They're not trying to do all this kind of stuff. They're only 1% of the population, blah, blah, blah. That's like the lady said, blah, blah, blah. It's crazy. It's just absolute madness. This is where we were headed, folks. You know, not to mention for me, since I'm older, I remember the women battling. I'm moving on to Title 10, Title 9, I should say. I remember women battling for the rights to get scholarships so they can go to college and so they can, lead some lives just like men were, on the basis of being athletic and the doors that open by being the best on a swim team or the soccer team, or even when the women's basketball started to explode, right? You needed more scholarships. So Title IX opened the doors for women big time. I mean, it changed their lives. It changed the trajectory of women in the United States, that one title. And then now these same freaks want to be able to open it up so men who want to pretend to be women could invade those spaces. And what's worse, most of the people who support this are women. I mean, liberal women. let me correct that. Liberal women. And I hate to say it, and people who are the biggest mouthpieces for this are Black liberal women. Black women. You know, they put a battery in your back and you can sit down here and defend anything. I mean, this is taking away opportunities from your daughters, you know, and if you really care about them, you know, and we're talking about men. You know, they can put on as many dresses as they want. They're still men. Dressing in the locker rooms, butt naked with your daughters. So it's crazy. So there's a couple of things. Of course, I'm going to just keep going, like war. I mean, there's a lot of people on the left and the right who want to go to war. The cost of living inflation, that bothers me. The low impact on crime, I guess easy on crime. I don't think there should ever be some kind of minimal. You could take $1,000 and nobody gets in trouble. I think California finally reversed that stupid law and turned it into a felony. You know, imagine being told you could steal $1,000 or $999 and you just get a bench warrant, you know, and maybe sometime you could turn back up in court and, you know, get your little fine. I mean, people were under siege. Businesses were closing. I mean, you lost Walmart, you lost some of your big box stores because they were getting robbed daily. And, you know, now you got food deserts out there because of stupid policies. Okay, of course, the identity politics, you know, cancel culture, censorship, all that stuff under this liberal. They say that the Republicans and the conservatives are fascists. No, reread 1984. Those people were liberals. Those people just if you didn't agree with us, we're going to cancel you. It's not Republicans bombing Teslas. It's not Republicans, stopping cars in the middle of the street, accosting old ladies who own Tesla. Guess what? Here's the irony, right? The irony of it is that most of the Tesla owners are Democrats, right? Because of the Green New Deal. They say almost 80% of the Tesla owners are people who are trying to preserve the ecology and stuff like that, because fossil fuels are bad for the earth. So they're really attacking and eating your own on this one. Okay. And then there's, of course, there's other petty stuff, the bureaucracy. A lot of people don't realize that California had a project to build a high-speed rail. They got approved in 2008, I believe. It was supposed to be $33 billion over a course of certain amount of years. It was supposed to be 4 years, some shit like that. It was to bring a high-speed rail from San Francisco down to LA at the very least. They don't have, and so to date, I think they spent like they spent billions of dollars already. They have none of it completed. And the total price tag was probably astronomical anyway, of $33 billion. Guess what? In order to complete it, it's going to cost them $128 billion to complete it. And they don't have none of it done after spending around 5 or 6 billion already. None of it. Because in every municipality, in every place you got to pass, there's a different set of rules and regulations that you can't pass this point if you don't have these papers on. Bill Maher, a lot of people who say people don't like Bill Maher, but I watch his show. Bill Maher has, he wanted to put solar panels on his house. Just solar panels. He wanted to put solar panels up, and he had to go through regulations in his town and all that. It took him 1,111 days. 1,111 days to put solar panels in his house by greasing the skid of all of the people who he had to get signatures from. Now, just think about it. On a 900th day, the guy who did the inspection, on the 800th day, retired. So they put a new person in there who says, well, I got to do this whole thing over because I don't know why that guy passed this and that. And so he was going through this endless loop of inspections for over 3 years in California. It's crazy. And the people from California want to leave, but they take their politics with them. So when they go to another state, they're going to try to, just by the way they vote, they turn these states purple into blue. That kind of stuff. So there's a clip of Jon Stewart talking to Ezra, whatever, some guy, and they were talking about a policy. They were talking about this program they wanted to run in California. It's a short clip. I'm going to play it because I'm playing the clips tonight. And it sounds like the Who's on First skit from Abbott and Costello. It's just incredible, man, how bad things are under the chaotic regime of the Democrats and the liberals, right? And I keep saying liberals because there are centrist Democrats. There are even some Democrats that might even lean a little bit more conservative. They tend to be more reasonable, but they don't fight against the far left. And the far left own the party now. They own the party. There's no doubt about it. The Jasmine Crockett's and the AOCs, they own the party.
Khan is going to school Jon Stewart, going to educate Jon Stewart on all the red tape that the states had to jump through in order to get the funds, okay? Which, again, is why this project is a failure. So without further ado, let's get it.
We have to issue the notice funding opportunity within 180 days. That's step one. Step two, which all 56 state applicants completed, is states who want to participate must submit a letter of intent. After they do that, they can submit a request for up to $5 million in planning grants. Then the NTIA, step four, has to review and approve and award again, planning grants, not broadband grants, planning grants.
And it's still at the NTIA. It's still at the first step.
All right. So the NTIA must issue a NOFO within 180 days. States who want to participate must submit their letter of intent. Step 3, they can request up to $5 million in planning grants.
Just planning.
Just planning. Step 4, the requests are reviewed, approved, and awarded by the NTIA, which currently all 56, 3 years later, all 56 applicants had passed through at least step 5. It took more than 3 years. So it's a long time. States must submit a 5-year action plan. So the states kind of go back and they kind of think about how they're going to do this. And they don't just say, okay, thank you for the money. We're going to spend it. And you can see how it worked out later. We're like, here's our 5-year action plan. Then the FCC must publish the broadband data maps before NTIA allocates funds. So having done the NOFO, the letters of intent, the request for planning grants, then the review, approval, and awarding of the planning grants, then the 5-year action plans. In between that, the federal government has to put forward a map saying where it thinks we need rural broadband subsidies. And then, of course, the states need an opportunity to challenge the map for accuracy. And you can imagine this doesn't all happen in like a day. Okay, so then the NTIA.
Okay. All right. So you get the point, right? You get the point. I mean, it's not to say that there's no bureaucracy on the Republican side of the House, but looking at the first 100 days of what Trump is trying to do to move the country forward in terms of getting the waste out, yeah, they made some mistakes along the way. But the strategy is sound, right? The moves are deliberate and distinct. They're measurable, right? You can see them. You can understand what he's doing on the implementation of whatever strategy is. And he even said, "Listen, you're going to go through a little bit of pain for us to get to the other side. Thus the stock market will, uncertainty, blah blah blah." But everybody who ever played in the market knows that there's up periods and down periods. And if this one is a down period based on the uncertainty, that doesn't change the veracity of the corporations that you might have your money invested in. If it was a good company before, and it's still a good company now. So when the market turns around, those companies tend to come back a whole lot faster than you panicking out with your money. You know what I'm saying? So stay put, depending on your horizon, especially if you're a young person, you should be dollar cost averaging your investments anyway. So I don't think there's anything to worry, because there's going to be a new equilibrium in the market. There always is. And only if the world changes, if the world ends, then that's going to end. But right now, it's just one of those perturbations. Just get your dry powder ready for the bargains that's going to come up soon. Anyway, so that's that. So all I'm just trying to say is there were so many reasons not to put the liberals back in the White House. There's just a lot of reasons, other than it was you don't want a woman and you don't want a black woman and all that other horse shit. That's really a smokescreen. Her policy sucked. I didn't even talk about the plan to tax unrealized gains. It just was a big no-no. So anyway, so that's that. So I just wanted to kind of show you, and then I want to show you this one brother that, again, this is a little bit longer, but I wanted to show this one brother that went through a transition just like most of us. Well, before I do that, let me just say this. Before I get to him, I forgot there's some stuff on Doge I want to talk about. But before I even get there, I just want to say this little commentary. And this is what I believe. I believe that the Democrats just want to see America burn. I believe that everything they're doing now is destructive. From attacking Tesla, from attacking Trump, because Trump derangement syndrome is not a strategy, right? Everything they do is not because they have their own plans, their own vision for the future. Well, everything they do and everything they're about is about stopping Donald Trump, using judges, but they'll let illegal aliens stay here in droves. I mean, there's even a plan for them to replace the voting block with illegal aliens. There's a clip on that one. I don't know if I have to show that one. I didn't have a plan to really show that one, or did I? You know, so there's a clip for even trying to. I do have a clip for Doge. The reason why we have Doge, and even though Elon Musk may not be likable to some people because he has a little bit of hubris setting in, I think he's starting to understand that when you're making these changes and you're firing people, you can't look too happy. You can't be jubilant, right? People who are not rich are losing their jobs, even if their jobs weren't worthwhile. You can't be jumping around with chainsaws and shit on how happy you are. You can't do that. It's a bad look. Even though we know that cuts in spending happen all around. I mean, private industry lays off people all the time, every year, all the time, and just goes under the radar. So people look at the government jobs as a jobs program. Some people say whether the job is beneficial or not, it's the government, it's not for profit. So what, you carry a little bit of dead weight. No, you can't run the government that way either. You know, and so well, Rich, you're retired. Listen, I lived through around 5 or 6 reductions in forces. My base was on the Base Reduction Act list at least 3 times during my tenure. We just got blessed that they didn't close our base. They didn't do it because of me. You know, the people who ran the base was just able to justify the reason why they wanted to they needed to keep it open better than the next guy. That's it. It was just all happenstance. You know, the government had plenty of reductions in forces. Even when Clinton was in, I was still working, and he got rid of 450,000 people. You know, so I had to survive through that. You know, sometimes you get caught up, you know, and then you get your ass out there and find another job. I've been laid off before. That's how I found this government job with the Department of Defense. I was in laid off status in Western New York. It was like 20% unemployment, especially for blacks. You know, so I mean, I could sit down here and boo-hooed, you know, or I had to get out there and get off my ass. I had to go to Texas and live there for a year. You know, and ain't nothing special about me. I just wanted to survive. You know, and people who want to survive and on their own 2 feet, you got to get up and stop making excuses. Hey, life ain't fair and shit. It's just not. So you can't say, well, if I don't get my way, I'd rather see the world burn. No. And, you know, if the Democrats, they keep acting this way, you know, they may never get in power again at any grand scale to perpetuate that thing. And for me right now, the way they're talking, that's just fine with me. But we should be so lucky because people are fickle. I could see them getting back in if Trump and those guys make one big wrong move, you know. So it's not impossible. So anyway, but this is my whole thing. Trump derangement syndrome is not a policy. And in the meantime, you can't spend the next 4 years trying to burn everything down. What are you offering? What are you offering that's better than what the Republicans are doing right now? And I get to it. Come up with a plan. And then tell Trump you want to negotiate, right? Because that's his favorite word. He'll probably listen to you. He'll listen to you. He might tell you to okay. He might tell you to get the hell out of his face, but he'll probably listen. Anyway, so it's just these are the kind of things that I think that we need to kind of understand what's going on right now. So most of the people are like me. They didn't just hate Kamala Harris or anything like that. It's just that they didn't like what the Democrats had to offer, period. All right, so I got one more thing. I got a couple other things. So here's the Doge.
the ways that the government is defrauded is that the computer systems don't talk to each other. So if the computer systems don't talk to each other, then you can.
Let me just give you a little bit background. See, this is the Doge. They're sitting down with this exclusive interview with his top dudes in the Doge team, right? These are not teenagers and all that kind of stuff like people are saying. These guys are supposedly captains in industry in their respective spaces. And he's kind of telling you a little bit more in a calm fashion on what they actually are doing, you know?
You can exploit that gap, and fraudsters exploit that gap to take advantage. For example, there were over $300 million of small business administration loans that has been given out to people under the age of 11.
Well, actually, to add to it, it's 300 million under the age of 11 and over 300 million to over the age of 120.
Definitely
small business loans.
Correct.
Yes.
We do this.
The oldest American is 114. So it's safe to say if their age is 115 or above, they're fake. Or they should be in the Guinness Book of World Records. And we should not be giving out loans to babies. So the youngest recipient of a small business administration loan is a 9-month-old, which is a very, very precocious baby we're talking about here. So obviously it was just fraudulent. And they do terrible things. They actually will see that a kid's been born. They will steal that kid's social security number and then take out a loan and leave that kid with a bad credit rating. There was literally a baby. The terrible things are being done is what we're saying.
And how
we're stopping these terrible things.
And you can stop it? I mean,
well, we are stopping
you are
it.
stopping. The reason this is
Absolutely.
happening is because the two systems are not talking to each other.
Yes.
Right. And so you don't know at the Small Business Administration that you're giving a loan to a 9-month-old, which happened in one case, because you're not cross-referencing that with the Social Security Administration data that has birth dates. So that very, very simple fix eliminates tremendous fraud. And that there are multiple systems across the government where the systems are not speaking with one another. And if you just solve that simple problem, you would solve a huge amount of fraud.
Are you
so
surprised?
one of the ways that, like one of the key tricks that the fraudsters pull is that they will use the fact that someone is marked as live and as sort of just that social security number is marked as live in Social Security, and then get disability and unemployment insurance for a dead person. Because the databases don't talk to each other, all they got was from Social Security is like, is this person alive? Yes, they're not alive. It's falsely marked. Person is falsely marked as alive in Social Security, but they didn't. But that person, a fraudster can now get unemployment and disability from a dead person. This is happening all the time at scale.
Are you surprised at some of the legal efforts and some of the judges that have weighed in? There's about 8 or 10 now. Of these cases that are at least temporary holds. They're being challenged by the DOJ.
Right.
Are you surprised by that pushback?
Well, it's the DC Circuit is notorious for having a very far left bias. And when you look at the people close to some of these judges, where are they working? Oh, they're working at these NGOs. Oh, they're the ones getting this money. Does that seem like a system that lacks corruption? It sounds like corruption to me.
Last thing, do you guys all see this as a patriotic duty? Is that really what this is about?
It's essential.
Very much
I do, 100%.
Okay, let me stop it there. All right, you guys get the gist of that. What's going on, DL? Saint, what you got?
What's good, Brother Payne? How you feeling, man?
All right, all right.
Yeah, man, I was kind of checking you on the background, and you talking about Elon, and I just did a short on him today. You know, what they state with Doge makes sense. I think if you line up, if you can line up every American and ask them, hey, do you believe there's waste in government? You think that we should, look for that waste and take that money and either, put it to good use. I think the vast majority of Americans say yes, absolutely. I worked for the government. I was federal aviation for a long time. I'm a retired air traffic controller over 25 years.
Okay.
And I understand how they run their budgets and how they just go, because it gets to the end of the fiscal year and they just run out and start spending money, because if they don't, they will get less money the following fiscal budget, which is
that's crazy.
Right. It's dumb. That's no way to run a business.
Yeah.
But that's how they do it. So I get it. The problem with Elon Musk, like Donald Trump and all that. I mean, just full disclosure, I'm not a Trump guy. Never will be a Trump guy. Yeah.
That's why I let you up. Go ahead.
Yeah, not a Trump guy. But when I look at Elon and what they're trying to do with Doge, I knew right away they weren't serious. And the one thing that I knew it was a play because the short I did today, it's like, bro, does anyone know, even in the chat tonight, does anyone know how much money that Elon Musk gets through his various companies through government contracts? Anyone at all? Like, how much money does Elon Musk get from the United States people
Okay. It's billions.
every day?
It's billions. Not every day, but he's making billions.
It's 800. Correction. It's $8 million every day. It was $8 million yesterday, 8 million today, 8 million tomorrow, and it's going to be 8 million every day.
What's the point about that, though? What's the point that you're trying to make?
Here's the point. If he were serious about what they're doing with Doge, if I were, like, say I was the president and Elon's going to be my guy, I would tell him, this is what you're going to do, bro. This is the first move. You're gonna cut your contract money in half. Don't worry.
Why?
We're going to figure out a way to get that money to you in the back end. That's just about the
But why? Tell me why.
To prove to America that you are serious about this government efficiency thing. Because I can't believe that you're telling me that all this other stuff y'all doing, you finding all this other fraud, but all the money going to your companies is above board. Like, oh, no. The 8 million I'm getting.
let's stop right there. Let's kind of mine that point out. Let's mine that point out, right? Because all those contracts that he has, right, were signed under various administrations, not just Donald Trump's. I mean, a lot of those things were in place for years. He's probably the number one innovator that we have, right? He's the one who set it up so we could bring those astronauts home just a couple of weeks ago, right? That's one of his companies. Starlink. Wait, hold on. Before you go, I'm not trying to even defend him. I'm saying that the money that's generated out of those contracts were presupposed before any of those was even thought about.
And I'm with you. My point is this. You and I both know that out of that money, out of that $8 million a day, right? We know there is excess. We know that there's fat in there, right? The question is how much fat.
Well,
right?
okay.
But we know that there's.
Well, why don't we just ask for him to get some of his guys to audit those contracts?
Exactly. Why isn't Elon Musk doging his companies? That's my point.
Hold on for a second. Hold on. Let's just keep minding that out. His contracts with the government are private contract, are contracted by the government with the agencies that run those contracts are under scrutiny. The actual agency, like NASA, is not being immune, right? Because they probably have some contracts with SpaceX, and whatever government entity is paying SpaceX, Starlink, or Neuralink, or X, or anything else, those contracts are run by the government's contracting office, and those contracting officers belong to all of these agencies that are under scrutiny right now. Now, if you tell me that they say you can look at all these other contracts except the ones with Elon, if we could prove that, then I'm with you. But if I'm a contracted agency for NASA and I got a contract with SpaceX, because there had to be some kind of collaboration to get those astronauts down from space because it was a joint effort. And I would imagine the contracting went through NASA to SpaceX. NASA is under scrutiny. So if NASA is under scrutiny and those contracts are not above board, then that should come out in the wash. And if it doesn't, if they're prohibited from looking at it, then I'm with you. But we can't prove that.
Okay. So the people who are hired and who are responsible for oversight, the government people who go through, and it's their job to look for those things, right? We agree that those people exist.
Yes.
They got dozed. Right when you have right when you have the not all of them, but when you look at it, one of the things that the Trump administration did is they went after people who were tasked to do exactly what you're saying, and we're left with who? We're left with Elon's whiz kids who are going through there looking at stuff. Now again, I could be wrong. Trey in the chat, you're right. I don't have the data in front of me. I'm just willing to bet $100 to a donut that their priority is not Starlink. Their priority is not Tesla, like the Tesla armored car. That's not their priority right now. Their priority is the other things. So
Yeah,
back to my
what's going
original
on,
point.
Anthony?
Yeah,
All
back to
right.
my original point. The way to run this play, right?
Well, hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Come on, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's all good. So the way to run the play, like if you want to do it like some real street stuff, right? If I'm the president, I'm like, all right, look here, Elon, you're gonna take this cut. Now we're gonna get that money to you on the back end, but you're gonna go out. The headline is gonna be Elon Musk cuts 50% of his own budget, like
Okay.
his own contracts.
Well,
You see what
DL,
I'm saying? Now it looks
DL, hold
to
on.
your point, because now he's not out there. Oh, go ahead.
No. I mean, I know where you're going with this, but what you just said is not American. That's not how America does business. If we think there's something untoward with those
Nothing is going on right
contracts,
now as American, bro.
no, well, we know what I mean. It's not the capitalist way. By us just saying, I'm gonna just take half of my profits, I'll get it on the back end. No, wait a minute. I'm saying that if there's any, and here's also the hedge, right? Can you imagine if something is actually untoward with his contracts and it gets out? It blows everything they're doing out of the water. So I would think that if I was a betting man, that I would think that his contracts are tighter than any other contracts right now, with all the snoops, with all the people trying to find any dirt to levy on them. I would imagine that's probably the first place they're going to look. And he's got so many people in government right now that without him in a dime, on a dime, they got a terrorist, or they got pretty much like a terrorist organization coming after Tesla. So I would say that his contracts are probably the most pristine contracts in the government. I would probably bet on that. I know you don't.
Agree with you. I just don't. I don't agree
you.
with you. I would argue that he's in a position to protect his interests. He can go after Verizon, right, and get. He lost that deal, that Starlink deal, to Verizon. He's in a position to remove Verizon from the FAA and the FAA for the FAA situation.
Yeah, but he hasn't
right?
done that.
What you mean he hasn't done? He absolutely tried to do it, and it was the regulators that stopped him. And it's absolutely a conflict of interest. You know, the fact that he still holds on to his stocks, his Tesla stocks, which he's crashed in his own businesses. That's a whole nother conversation. But no, I mean look at what's going on. I mean, he's he's $8 million a day.
Yeah, but you're fixating on how much money.
Just one example. That's just one example.
But that doesn't make just because he's making that much money doesn't make it nefarious. That's what I'm saying. You're making it an issue about if you're saying because wait a minute, but when you emphasize he's making $8 million a day, that's like saying if he was only making $1,000 a day, that's more acceptable. I mean, even if he cuts it in, okay, what are you saying?
What I'm saying is it's a play. What I'm saying is it's a play. And this goes back to what you were saying earlier. Hey, Elon, you shouldn't be running around with the saw and everything and all that.
Yeah, I think that was
it's all a play.
So you don't think but here's what you started out with saying. You want to come after Elon. Okay, let's get that off the table. Is Doge doing the work that the government needs to have done in general? Yes or no?
Doge is doing the work. Are they doing it properly? So yeah, the answer to your question is yes. We need to go in here and we need to find out.
Well, how do you know they're not doing it properly then? They're not doing it to your specifications.
We know the examples, bro. We know when you fire the people. When you fire the people that
you
are
have to hire
tasked with
some of them
securing.
back, right?
No, when you fire the people who are tasked with securing our nuclear, stockpiles and our nuclear waste, and then you turn, oh my bad, let's bring them back. That's wrong. The way that they went, the way that they're doing it, like okay, here's the thing. I'm not, I'm an air traffic controller. That's what I did. I retired.
Right.
If you sent me in to someone's company, a bus driving company, if you sent me into that bus driving company, you're like, okay, I need you to come in here and find the waste and do cutbacks and this, that, and the third, right? The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to talk to the people who own the company. I'm going to find out what's going on with the company. The very first thing I would order is that, okay, we're going to do a hiring freeze. Let's start there. Let's just not hire anyone else. Anyone's in the pipeline right now, they're good, but we're not going to take on anybody else. We're going to do a hiring freeze. And then we're going to get in here and start to figure out what's going on and how to handle this stuff. What
Yeah,
did
okay.
Elon Musk do? Right? What did Elon Musk do? They came in and they're saying, hey, man, we are going to fire up to 70% of the current workforce. We're talking about the United States government, the #1 employer of Americans. The average job is somewhere, in the low six figures, 100. I think the numbers are 106,000, 108,000 was the average salary. We're going to go there and we're going to fire 70%.
Yeah, in one organization.
No. He said 70% across the board. You got to go back and watch what they were talking about on the campaign trail. 70% of the government, entire government workforce.
They're not going to fire 70% of the entire government workforce. It's propaganda.
No, but it's propaganda that they stated. This came out of Elon's mouth. This came out of Elon's mouth, not mine.
I would like to see that clip. That's Elon's. Maybe he might have said that because he said a lot of things, but there's no way that.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is the guy is not. Well, first of all, he's not. I hear what you're saying, and sometimes I think that we hear hyperbole and we try to make it into more than what it is. People say shit that it'll never materialize. There's no way. There's no way. He might have said 70%, but I haven't heard any real newscasters or anybody say that because nobody thinks that he's actually going to get rid of 70% of the people in the workforce.
Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see what they do, right? So what did they do?
Yeah, you're breaking up. You're just breaking up a little bit.
I know a lot of people who are in government, especially the FAA. What did they do? So it's like, what did they do? They went and they did make some changes. They fired, right? They offered the buyouts to folks that they're not quite sure if that's legal. And then they went in and then it was like, okay, anyone who's on probation.
Right. And that got challenged too.
Right. So you're looking at, I think the numbers were somewhere around 130, 150. What and they got reinstated. But the point was there was 150,000 people. Right? 150,000 people.
From where? From FAA?
You gotta understand you're dealing with the no, that's from government across the board. That was DOD, that was FAA, that was VA.
That's 2 million people. It's not even the government has over 2 million people.
If you count the post office, that's 3 million. If you count the post office, right? So it's about 200. It's about 240,000. It's about 240,000 government employees out there, not counting the contractors and all that, just straight up government employees. And then you add another 60,000 or so from the post office.
So we're talking about what's that? 5%? 100,000 people.
It was 5% before they stopped them. On their way to cutting, who knows? They stated he stated 70%.
Wait, hold on, but though DL, and before we bring Trey in, some of those people got reinstated, but not all of them. And some of these activist judges are overstepping their bounds by stopping these guys in the first place. And I think that once the Supreme Court gets involved, which is I don't know what the hell they're doing, they should be shutting these guys down at the district level anyway. These activist judges. So we'll see how it washes out. But before you go back, what's up, Trey? What you got, man?
What's good with you? You hear me?
All right. Yeah, you're a little loud. But
I'll turn it down. Yeah. All right. I'm just a slight bit confused. We've seen government over the last 2-3 decades be run inefficiently. They wait until the last second to do budgetary things, right? They can't agree on anything. Here you have a guy that's going to come in and he's going to shake up things. The only thing I have a problem with Elon Musk in what he's doing is it almost seems as though he was celebrating people losing their jobs. I have a problem with that. I didn't like that, right? Because people have to feed their families. I understand that there's wasteful spending. I spent 8 years in the Air Force. I ran a kennel when I was in the Air Force, and exactly what DL said at the end of the budget season, they tell you, hey, you need to go spend some money, go buy some dog food, go buy some dog treats, go start buying stuff, right? So I get that it is wasteful spending. I'm not arguing that, but I am arguing the idea that there's some sort of protocol or proper way to do this when we haven't seen that over the last 20 or 30 years. We haven't seen anybody bring essentially a civilian in to run this situation. I've never seen that before. But what I see oftentimes is that people don't like it because it might be a little bit unfamiliar to them in the way in which Elon is doing this, right? You don't have to like it, but this is the way that it's going to be. I don't think Elon's going anywhere anytime soon. And certainly Trump, if he is not going to prison before 2029, January 2029, he's going to be there. There's going to be a different way that this administration is going to run things, and it's going to be unfamiliar to a lot of people. But there's clearly a bunch of wasteful spending. I wrote in the chat about Gavin Newsom. He needs to explain where $25 billion went. It just seemed to vanish. It was supposed to help homeless people and getting tiny homes and having resources to get them off the street so they could get rid of Skid Row. Nobody know where the initial 24 billion went, and then there was an additional 750 million. Nobody knows where that is. So it's obvious that politicians like to play games when it comes to money, and nobody knows where this money is going. So I don't have a problem with someone coming in saying, listen, we're going to investigate this. And I don't think that he needs to start with himself. I think that makes people feel good. Oh, I started with myself. It makes me feel good. But I don't care about your feelings. That's the problem. That's the problem we've had over the last 20 years is people want to talk about their feelings. I don't give a shit about your feelings. I don't care. I'm tired of feelings. I want people to go in and go get the jobs done, and I could care less about the feelings.
There you go.
Right. So I agree with a lot of what you're saying, bro. What I was talking about was, to me, this whole thing with Elon Musk and Trump is a play. Like just like that correspondent, that newsman asked him, "Are you doing this because out of a sense of patriotism?" Hell no, they doing this for money. The Gavin Newsom thing, I left California, bro, for a whole lot of reasons. That's definitely one of them. Good luck on finding where that money went, bro. Good luck. You know what I mean? Because Skid Row's still there.
Okay, so
bigger
just
and better
saying,
than ever.
but DL, so what you're saying is again that it could be the easy thing is if I'm a conspiracy theorist that this is just a play for them to make money. I mean, okay, Elon Musk is the richest man out there, right? So I know, and you could get richer. So he's putting a play on by actually coming up with receipts that reduces the waste, fraud, and abuse in the government just because maybe he gets a benefit out of it. I don't know. I don't believe what you're saying, the way you're saying it. I think we all benefit a little bit if our government was running more efficiently. I know that. I can't remember the last time anybody did something with the government that could actually benefit the actual rank and file person who's a United States citizen.
Now, Trey,
Okay, so what I'm saying is this: if I had an auditor to come in that can get the federal government running more efficiently and save us, the goal is $1 trillion. I'm not so sure I care if he made a couple of dollars on the side, as long as the work got done. Because we pay auditors to do shit like that. Right? We pay auditors to do it. Wait a minute. Don't we pay auditors? Wait a minute, TL. Let me finish. We pay people to do a service. People get paid. He's supposed to be on the payroll, but I don't know how much money he's making, if at anything. I don't know if he's an unpaid employee, special employee of the president. I think that's what they call him. But so are we saying that there's some kind of magical numbers that's going to flow to him or through his contracts or just out of thin air because he's doing this? Yeah, if you could prove that, great. But the fact that he might benefit from somehow being paid to do his job, I could think that's what he's doing, getting paid for doing his job. But we don't know what the disclosure. We don't have any disclosure on his compensation for destroying his company and everything else to do this Doge work. All we have is condemnation. All we have is condemnation of the man. But in the end, if we save $1 trillion of deficit, what is that worth? What is that worth?
Yeah, we were glitching real bad there. So here's the thing: you were saying, what's Elon Musk going to get out of this? All right, Elon Musk has access. He has access to every individual and every corporation that's doing business with the United States government, which is all the top dogs, right? Elon Musk is in competition with all these people. He knows who's getting paid what. He knows the bids. He knows everything. To me, That's priceless. If I'm someone like that, I get that alone is worth me risking my companies just to get that information. That's going to give me a competitive edge. My whole point was Elon Musk is not doing this out of the goodness of his heart or he cares about America. There's definitely an angle. And because there's an angle, if I were the guy in charge, if I'm the bad dude, quote unquote, I'm not, I'm just using that. If I'm running this play, I'm going to tell you, you going to cut your money up front because we got to play to people's emotions. Everybody ain't like Brother Trey. Trey, like, I don't care how you feel, just get it done. Everybody ain't like that. Most people want to feel good about something. Cut your stuff up front. Let's make that the headline.
Access. But DL, what you just said is he'll still have that access though. He'll
How
still
would he
have
have
the
that access?
information.
He doesn't have that access unless the president puts him there.
No, hold on.
But since when has a businessman not wanted to eradicate the competition? Like, what exactly is Elon doing that Jeff Bezos wouldn't have done, or Bill Gates isn't trying to do? Like, this is politics is big business, right? AOC when AOC came into office,
right? Bezos didn't pay the $250 million.
Broke. Now she's got a net worth of over $7 million. Well, politics is big business.
All of them do, brother.
So hold on. So my question.
I said all the time on my.
So my question is what is the issue of him doing what is expected for him to do? Like, of course, he's going to find a way to try to eradicate the competition because most of these big businesses want to monopolize.
So here's the deal. Elon Musk is playing poker with all the big boys, but now Elon Musk can see everybody's cards, right? That's the whole point of being on the inside with the government. He can see everyone's cards, and they're playing high stakes poker. That's all I'm saying.
So they should have buddied. They should have buddied up to Trump.
They should have. They should have.
Well, a lot of them.
But here's the thing, though. That is the problem. That is the conflict of interest, right? That's why the government has. You have to step away from your business.
Yeah.
You have to
Nancy Pelosi had a conflict of interest
diversify. Like,
for years.
get some businesses. You got to cash in all your stock. You got to have someone else running all that. Right? But again, when all of the politicians say they do it, but they all really have access. It was just Trump. Trump just doesn't care. Trump comes in and is like, bro, whatever, I don't care. And with the power to pardon people, bro, when I look at this, I'm like, wow, this is an extreme play. To your point, all these politicians, they go to D.C. broke as a joke, man. They all carpool in a Pinto. They carpool in a Ford Escort, but when they come out of there in private jets, I'm with you on that. You know what I mean? They gonna get money. So, and like I said,
okay.
Oh, go ahead.
No, but I hear what you're saying, but you're saying he's doing what everybody else is doing, and he should be the only guy above reproach. That's what you're saying.
What I'm saying is,
no, I mean, but that's what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is, if they want, they being Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and the Trumpers, the MAGA people, if y'all want people to take y'all serious, Elon needs to take that step. And,
I disagree with
for
that.
optics, cut his own stuff. I'm a Doge me first. That's why. Come 2 years from now, all the mega people are gonna disappear. They gonna all be gone. You know what I mean?
I don't think
because
they
of
care.
that. I mean, it's just a simple play.
But I don't think they care. I don't think they care to make people feel better. Here's when I knew that this wasn't going to be about feelings. When he picked the border czar. When he picked that guy to be the border czar, I said, this is not going to be about making people feel good. Because that guy is a complete savage. Tom.
Well, that's where
Holden. He's a complete savage.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You know, Trump highest approval ratings come from dealing with the border, dealing with immigration. That's, if you take that away, like, Trump will be underwater. And right now he's what, right? 50%? I think it's 50%. It's the highest he's ever been. Definitely is going to be his high watermark, right? When people are going to start caring, like, you know, folks losing their jobs and they're joking about it. You know what I mean? He's on stage with an old boy from, what was it? Argentina, Mele or something like that. That's the guy doing it down there. Don't do that's bad optics, right? We're talking about optics here. And I'm like, yourself.
I don't care. Listen, I hear you.
Yourself first. So I'm with you, Trey. And
that's not going to change anything because, listen, I mean, I've been around. We've been around since Trump took office. Elon could have said, I'm divesting from all of my companies, and that optics would have lasted for one day, and the Democrats would have found something else to say about him on the news. There's no way of pleasing these guys. I mean, if you could, wait a minute, man. I don't think he needed to do any of that. The optics don't mean shit to your enemy. They're gonna find something else. If they can look at a 13-year-old boy and shit on him with cancer, do you think they give a shit that Elon took a pay cut? I mean, come on. I mean, these people don't give a shit about anything, but because they're losing, they want to see the country burn. Right? How could you listen? If I'm an American citizen, I don't give a shit whether I don't like Elon or not. When I see Molotov cocktails going through car showroom dealerships, I should say something about that. Right? So, I mean, this whole notion that I gotta be care about Elon, where are all the people who are supposed to be good Americans saying this is terroristic shit? I just saw another man get out of the car and beat an old lady in a Tesla. I mean, where's the outrage?
Bro.
They don't give a shit about Elon taking a half pay cut.
I stopped being outraged, bro.
Okay.
I stopped being outraged when people started shooting at me in the hood. This was before I joined the army. So when I hear these stories, man, that's horrible. That's sad. And you know what? Law enforcement need to get on their job and find these people who committed these crimes.
I agree.
But here's the thing, right? You bring someone like someone like Elon Musk in. You do a runaround. Like, you don't want him to be confirmed by Congress. You don't want to follow the rules. You don't want to follow law. You want to give him access like that. You're gonna have problems, bro.
Yeah, but you're highlighting the problems,
bro.
But they don't care about the problems. They're fighting through the problems. It seems like you have a problem with it. And first of all, who said that he has to be some kind of government official in order to do what he's doing? Obviously, what he's doing is within the purview of the executive branch, whether you like it or I like it or not, right? What he's doing.
That's why you have to change the rules. No one's tried this before.
No, you don't have to change the rules. The executive has the right to hire somebody. There's no rule saying he has to. The person he hires has to be confirmed by Congress. That's not true. It's not true, right? So, with all the what? Tell me why.
Elon Musk has the power over. Who's more powerful, Elon Musk or the cabinet members? Which one has more power? Elon Musk or the cabinet members?
Listen, the cabinet members have the power within their cabinet. Whatever their cabinet is, that's where their power lies. So when you you can't hear me, I can hear you. You asked me a question. I don't know if you can hear me. You kind of frozen up a little bit.
I can hear you now.
You can't compare apples.
No.
Yeah, you can't hear me? Okay. Got to compare apples to apples, right? Because even within each cabinet, every cabinet member is not equal to each other. So I don't know whether who's more important than Elon Musk. I would say the Secretary of State would be for sure, right? Because he told Elon to cool out on USAID. I got this part. Right? When Elon sent that email, Heck told his guys to ignore it. I mean, I'm just trying to tell you that, listen, they're finding their way through this thing. And this tit for tat stuff is only for the laymen to worry about. That's for them to handle within their own purview. I don't care whether Elon's high or not. He has a job to do. And the job that he's doing, if it saves the taxpayer $1 trillion, I don't care how bad I do care. The way he makes the sausage matters. I can grant you that. I'll grant you that. But he's making sausage. It's going to look bad. It's going to look bad. You look a little frozen. Either I mesmerized you or you're frozen over there. You might have to go down and come back up. You know? You hear me?
Yeah, I mean, now.
Yeah, your picture was frozen. Yeah, I can't hear you at all. I think you might have to cycle back, back down and back up, man. I think you have to do that because you're like really breaking up on us. Anyway, man, while he's doing all that, I want to go ahead and show my last video with this young boy who's going through, young man, he's 28 years old, and he's going through a transition himself from a liberal Democrat. He's an entrepreneur. His family his mother is black, his father is white, a white Jew. And he's entrepreneurial. And he talks about his transformation from being a liberal into being an actual MAGA Trump supporter. I'm not a MAGA Trump supporter, but I like what they're doing now. So I want to show a little bit of this video. The brother come back up, I'll bring him up. But I want to go ahead and get this rolling because we've been here for a while. So let me go ahead and get this started.
To went away. I didn't complain because I had the perspective from those trips with my grandparents.
This young brother's named Brandon Lehman, and he's really articulate young brother. And I'd like to hear, I want you guys to hear his story on how he transformed into a Trump supporter.
About even though it's bad now, there is a whole other level of worse that it could be. So my entire entrepreneurial journey starts at objectively the lowest point in my life, leading to my belief that even if you're down and out, even if you don't have an abundance of monetary resources, if you have grit, if you have persistence, if you have belief in yourself, if you have resourcefulness, you can be successful and nobody can tell me otherwise. Now let's get into how all of this leads to me supporting Donald Trump. So my entire family are liberals. You know, I was a huge fan when Obama won in 2008. I mean, I was 12. It was a big moment. I was actually a Bernie Sanders supporter in 2014 when I graduated high school. My girlfriend at the time's dad was a huge Bernie supporter. So I would watch a lot of Bernie's speeches and he would explain to me the benefits of, socialism, free everything. And I thought it was a wonderful idea, like most kids, because I didn't really have a true understanding of how the world worked, how bad socialist policies are, and why America doing the exact opposite of socialist policies led to it becoming the most robust, prosperous country in human history. The first real impactful moment I remember was when Trump debated Hillary for the first time, and I was watching it with my friends. And I just remember laughing and cracking up at everything Donald Trump was saying and thinking to myself, I have never seen a politician like this before. I don't care that he's not as refined. I don't care that he doesn't have the experience in government. This guy is an American icon, and he is not changing a bit, even though he's running for president. And I've always been a go against the grain type, and supporting Donald Trump at that time was definitely going against the grain. So it fit perfectly with who I was. And the thing that resonated with me the most during that time wasn't really any particular policy. It was his fight against the establishment. It was newcomer Donald Trump versus the perfect embodiment of the deep state, of the establishment, of the swamp in Hillary Clinton. I wasn't brainwashed into believing he was a bad guy or a Russian asset or a racist. I felt as if the way Trump spoke was very resemblant of the way I would speak with my friends or the way normal people spoke to each other. Yeah, sometimes we say things a little crass, a little unpolitically correct. But for all of my life, Donald Trump has been an American icon. When I was rapping in high school, Mac Miller came out with the song Donald Trump, and it was a nationwide smash hit. So I couldn't understand for the life of me where this narrative was coming from that Donald Trump was this evil and vile person. So fast forward a few years into his presidency, there were two policies that he had that I really supported. One, lower taxes. Two, accelerated depreciation. Now, this was right when I was starting to make a little bit of serious money in business. So the idea that my taxes would go down, I was thrilled. And number two, I was getting involved in real estate at the time, and accelerated depreciation lets you claim all the depreciation that you would claim over 27 and a half years, year one. So again, great for tax savings. And the second major thing I started really liking about Trump was just his overall attitude and confidence in being the American president. Again, because of my trips to China and Burma, I developed such a pride in being an American.
All right, let me stop it for a second. I'm gonna go through more of this. You got anything on this? You ever seen this guy before, DL?
No, I don't run in those circles. I normally don't talk to MAGA people unless They can tell me 3 things they don't like about the Trump administration. If they could do that, then we have conversations. But most people I ask that question to, they can't tell me 3 things that they don't like about the Trump administration. So I'm like, it's a waste of my time trying to talk to those people. This young dude, no, that's how I do it.
No, but I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah, this young dude right here, I mean, he's like, he's excited. He's talking about a whole bunch of stuff, man. He's talking about, government and stuff like that. And, he's talking about the liberals and the way they do things. The biggest winner when it comes to these policies, these liberal policies, like these welfare policies, are corporations, bro. I mean, they get over big time. And it goes all the way back to TARP. When W came up with TARP and trying to, stop that housing bubble crash, that was the worst mistake any American president could have ever done. They should have allowed those banks to go under.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, but let's not compare. Corporate welfare, I agree, is the most insidious welfare there is. All right, but the impact on citizen welfare is different. It's not the money you get; it's the mindset that it leaves behind. Right? We have generations of people depending on the government to give them sustenance, and that's a mistake. But you didn't miss him saying why he liked the Republicans or the Trump administration. He said it specifically, the taxes. Right. He didn't say that he had anything against her. He didn't. Well, I'm not going to defend it, but he said why he switched over. Now, I bet you if you had a conversation with this young brother, he probably could tell you 3 things that he doesn't like about because he's that articulate. I think he could come up with that. But it depends.
And if he could, I would talk. If he could, I would talk to him.
Well, everything's a trade-off, right? I don't know if you've seen my earlier thing. I told people in my earlier part of this particular stream is why I voted for Donald Trump. It wasn't because of him. It was mostly I don't like the policies that the far left have with who currently run the Democratic Party. They're the loudest voices, and the things that were happening in society, I just couldn't get with. So
well, let me ask you this, brother: if the problem was with the Democratic leadership, why not just vote out the Democratic leadership?
Well, I did. We did. We got Donald Trump in there.
No, but the Democratic leadership is still there, and Donald Trump is. I mean,
no. I'm talking about for president, right? I mean, the fact is, we vote for. We were talking about voting for president. If you're talking about voting for local leadership or state leadership, well, it depends on the issues in those states. But mostly, when it comes time to circle the wagon, people tend to circle the wagon around party. They just do.
I would argue this. I'm like, well, if you're in New York and you got a problem with Democratic leadership, vote out Schumer. If you're in California, you got a problem with Democratic leadership.
Yeah, but we were talking about the national. Yeah, I agree with that. But we're talking about the national election.
But I mean, I hear what you're saying. Like, because the thing with the national election, I voted for Kamala Harris, but I hate it. I went in there, I pinched my nose, and I did it. And the reason I did it, it was like, because I got to vote against Donald Trump. I didn't want to vote for Kamala Harris. I didn't want to vote for Donald Trump. They're both terrible candidates. And anyone who understands politics understood whoever the next president was going to be was going to have problems, right? It's not going to be rainbow and sunshine on either side, because we've been kicking the can down the road because there's poor leadership on both sides. The reason we have deficit problems is because the elected people in Congress.
I agree with that.
Right. So I can't. I will never, as a serviceman, as a black man, I will never vote for a Donald Trump type or a MAGA type person. That's just too extreme.
Yeah, but you vote for Biden? You vote for Biden? He's more racist than Donald Trump ever was. As far as I'm concerned.
Biden is responsible for a lot of damage in the black community because
what they call it?
Super predator, that whole super predator thing, that was him and Clinton.
We still haven't recovered from that.
So here's the thing, right? Biden got in office because of Donald Trump. Kamala Harris, right?
He got in trouble because he got in office because of COVID.
He got into office because of Donald Trump. Donald Trump made the decisions he made during COVID. He was the incumbent president. It's hard being president. It's hard getting that second term, right? Donald Trump got into office. Correction, Joe Biden got into office because he was the person that people believed could beat Donald Trump, and they had to have record turnout and all the rest of it, right? And when I look at Donald,
before we go further down that thing, okay, that's all in the past. I think Donald Trump would have won if it wasn't for COVID. I think COVID made him look really bad, and maybe rightfully so. All right. So what I'm just trying to say, and it's a good thing because that man, if he would have won in 2020, he wouldn't be doing the things that he's doing now. So those 4 years made him a whole lot better at governing and putting the right people around him this time.
I could not disagree with you more.
I know you.
The right people. So let's talk about Signalgate. The right people, the Secretary of Defense. What are your thoughts on that?
Wait, hold on. They made a mistake.
Okay.
So only the Republicans have to be mistake free. How about the guy? Well, so let's not do tit for tat like that because that's Signalgate. We could.
Here's the thing. Like you said, we're not talking about different things, right? Like we want to talk about what
we could be selective outrage.
No. What did the current Secretary of Defense do? Right. That's what we're talking about right here. How incredibly stupid is that? And I would say that I don't care if he's liberal. I don't care if he's a federalist.
Okay. It was a mistake. We made a mistake. Yeah.
Right. And here's the problem that I have. Right, being a military guy, because if I done that when I was on active duty and I sent out information 2 hours before a strike, you know what would have happened to me.
Well, listen, I worked for the government for my whole career, and if I mishandled secret, depending on how bad the secret information was, you lose your job too.
But civilians are under the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
No, what I'm saying is you still could lose your job.
That's great. You're gonna lose your freedom for doing that. You're gonna lose all your rank, right? You're gonna get court-martialed. You're gonna go to the stockade or the brig or wherever jail whatever branch you in.
That's still at the discretion of the executive. They're not gonna fire him because the Democrats want them to. The people have been getting away with bullshit, and I agree with you. It was a mistake, but I think it's selective outrage. It's exacerbated. It's just because people want to have something to argue about. The actual operation.
Here's my thing.
The actual operation was a complete success.
But here's the thing. Here's my thing. As a paratrooper, as a United States paratrooper, as a guy who's gone to war, I've been downrange.
Yeah.
If I find out after I come on a mission that you sent that information out 2 hours before I went on target, I'm coming to see you. I ain't just mad. I'm coming to see you. You jeopardize my life. You jeopardize the life of my team, and more importantly, you jeopardize the mission.
So let's give the reporter some credit for not disclosing that information beforehand.
And that's another thing too. The guy was trying his best to look out for these dudes, and they still challenged him and they prodded him, basically forcing him to put all that information out there. And you got the commander in chief, who's sitting there doing nothing. So I mean, like I said, bro, it is for me. He's not selective. He's not doing nothing, bro.
You can't say, listen, he's not going to reprimand his people in front of the public. He's not going to do that. It's not good leadership. He's not going to sit down here and dress down, have set, and everybody else on that thing for everybody to see. Nobody does that. You could be a junior level leader and know that you don't beat the shit out of your people in public like that.
Let me tell you something.
You
never served, right? You never served the United States military.
No, listen, man. I don't know if those guys are that good.
Let me tell you something. We have this thing, at least in the Army. I can't speak on the other branches, but at least in the Army, we have this thing called you get peered out. What does that mean? If you screw something out, if you're on the teams or you're in a unit and you screw it up.
Yeah.
You ain't got to worry about the commanding officer. The guys on the team are kicking you off the team. It's called being peered. Right, we will peer the hell out of you. You ain't coming on another mission. You ain't party. Matter of fact, you getting out this unit.
I can dig all of that.
So
that's not, but that's not on the same level that I'm talking about, and you know it. The president is not going to get on TV and dress down his people in front of the American people.
He doesn't have to get on TV. If I'm commander in chief, right? If I'm commander in chief and I had it my way, and you're my Secretary of Defense, and you did this, you made this mistake. Like you got on an unsecured platform, you treated this information, right? And you my homeboy. We grew up together. We like this. If you do this, I'm gonna sit back and wait for the phone to ring because you're gonna call me. And you're gonna tell me, you're gonna be like, hey DL, I screwed this one up bad. You'll have my resignation in the morning. And I will say, airborne, hood. That's right, because you're done.
It's still selective outrage, though, brother.
That's not selective outrage. That's leadership, brother. That's leadership. I cannot have that.
It's still, I hear you, but it's still selective outrage. I mean, nobody called for this guy, Secretary of Defense, whoever it was, who got the 13 servicemen killed in Afghanistan. Nobody called for. Where was the people calling for heads to roll?
Hold on. Did that Secretary of Defense? Did he send out information 2 hours prior to a mission?
He got people killed. 13 people died on his watch
Listen to me, brother.
operation. No. You're gonna try to
Listen,
say
you got,
that
but
the
you got to hear me out.
No. I heard you out. You're trying to tell me to signal out with a reporter on the line, and a successful operation is worse than 13 servicemen dying.
You
Is that
said
what you're telling
13
me?
men died on his watch. It was way more than that. If you were Secretary of
I'm
Defense,
talking about
every
on the guy coming
service
out.
person. Okay. I just want to
On
clear that up for you. It's
the
more
guy
than
coming
13
out.
people. Here's
I'm
another
talking
thing.
about when they were leaving Afghanistan, the big thing was those 13 servicemen, right? Or I don't know,
Right.
maybe some of them were women. It
Here's
was a
the thing.
botched operation.
You'll
Okay,
like this
go
too. Here's the thing. You'll like this. You'll like this point I'm about to make. Biden is responsible for not changing those orders that come out of Afghanistan.
Yeah.
He didn't set that in motion. The previous administration did, but he was still in command. He was still in command. Tell me, stop me if I'm wrong. Stop me if I'm wrong. Stop me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
Right?
but okay.
But he didn't. But he didn't fix it. He didn't fix it. It was a problem. It was sloppy. It was messy. He didn't fix it. He owns it. Right. So in that situation, who has to own that? Biden has to own it. Now, if Biden wants to sit there and say, "I'm going to fire my Secretary of Defense" or whatever, I would say that's pretty shitty.
That's why this
right? Because you
tip
didn't listen to the Pentagon guys. You didn't listen to your Joint Chiefs.
Okay,
You didn't listen to this guy, and now you want to blame him for it.
Can we say peace? Can I say peace? That's why this tit for tat, selective outrage stuff never worked. Because you could come up with 100 different things. I could come up with 100 on my side and all that, and we never get anywhere. It was just bad situation all the way around, and it was up to the discretion of the leader in charge to get rid of the person who made the infraction. If they chose not to, we have to just move on.
Okay.
We just have to just move on.
You just heard me say that Joe Biden was responsible for the Afghanistan.
Yeah, okay.
So can you tell me now that Donald Trump is responsible for this signal gate?
But he's responsible. He put the guy in charge of it who made a mistake.
Good.
So from that standpoint, but only his recourse was he's not going to recuse himself from being president. He could fire this guy. He decided not to, which is his prerogative.
Bro,
he decided not to fire this guy, and that's as simple as that.
You're right. I think that's poor leadership. Just like on Joe Biden's part, that was poor leadership. You know, Joe Biden wasn't even there. I wish
and that's
Joe.
why these conversations are no good, because we could tit for tat each other forever.
But here's the thing, though. You still have to go with who's in command right now. Trump could do something about it, and he chooses not to. That's poor leadership. The rest of the world is watching, bro. Why you think Putin takes it as a joke, right?
You know what? The rest of the world have already forgotten about Signalgate. There's only people who don't like Trump who keep talking about it.
Real quick. Just let me respond to that, then I'll shut up. The rest of the world. The rest of the world.
Like that, I want you to talk, man.
I'll shut up so you can say the next segment. I will stay with you. But the rest of the world will never forget about Signalgate, to the point where they're not gonna share intelligence anymore.
Oh, that's not true.
What? You must be high, bro. I would never give intel to America. I would never give intel to America. If I were any other country, I would never give intel to America.
You don't believe that, do you?
Are you serious? Absolutely. Here's the thing. When you see how loose the Americans are at the highest level, why would I give them sensitive information that could compromise my people? Why would I do that? I'm not giving America nothing.
You know what, man? Of course, man. It's everybody puts whatever precautions they need to put in so we can move on, right? That's what's going to happen. So let's hear some more about this, brother.
I feel as if I'm a citizen of the modern day Roman Empire. We are the greatest country on earth. We have the richest people. We win the most gold medals. We have the most generous people. We take in the most amount of immigrants, the biggest businesses, the strongest military, pioneered civil and human rights, save the world, patrol the seas, and allow for this free trade, safe and prosperous world order to exist. I mean, why would you not be proud to be an American? But the overall energy before Donald Trump was one of guilt, one of shame. And Donald Trump brought back that pride in being American. There is one moment I will never forget. When Donald Trump, first term, was meeting with the European world leaders, and he shoulders his way to the front of the crowd, and he stands proudly, chin high in the middle.
I remember that.
Was a moment that I loved. But it's also a moment where I can at least understand how some people don't like Donald Trump's bravado. You know, some people love when basketball players do all the cheering and flexing after a dunk. and some people don't like it. I can understand it. It's just a difference. But I love that kind of attitude. It was symbolic that America will not take a back seat to anybody. We are the greatest country in the world, and Donald Trump was no longer going to let the foreign order see us and treat us as just a naive open wallet that everybody could rob. But even then, during that time, I wasn't like a massive Trump supporter. For that, you have to fast forward to early 2021. Now, this is funny because this is arguably Donald Trump's most unpopular right after January 6th. But this is when I was in Los Angeles, and on the news, all I was seeing was time and time again, Biden just failing and embarrassing himself. And after the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, I decided I was going to buy a MAGA hat. And even at the time, the MAGA hat wasn't a pro-Trump hat as much as it was an anti-Biden hat. I thought this guy is wrecking America, and the message on this hat is more applicable now than it was when Trump first was running. And I started seeing Biden propose things that went directly against my self-interest. Removing the 1031 exchange away from real estate, all of my real estate investors will know this. Increasing capital gains tax, and the overwhelmingly authoritarian COVID lockdown measures. I was living in LA, which was even worse, but it put an even more sour taste in my mouth for the Democrat agenda. So I started wearing my MAGA hat literally everywhere in public, in the middle of LA, in the height of Donald Trump's unpopularity. And the reason I started doing that was to show my opposition towards Joe Biden. But more so, as Joe Biden's failures started to compile, I wanted to hear from the other side what was so wonderful about Joe Biden. And at that time, because the sentiment against Donald Trump was so strong, if you were a white person wearing the MAGA hat, you might get punched out in public. But even if you don't get punched, you're going to be called a white supremacist, a racist, and that's where the conversation ends. With me, you couldn't do that. I'm black. You can't call me a white supremacist or a racist. It invalidates your argument, and more than anything, it makes you look ignorant. It makes you look racist. How can another white person tell a black person what they ought to feel, how they ought to interpret somebody's words, implying that black people can't think for themselves and that we need to listen to your white liberal opinion because it's so morally superior. And over the years, as Biden kept making bad decision after bad decision, my ammunition for my talking points only increased. And
All right, let me stop it right there. So the brother is on a roll, so I want to stop it every so often. Anything he said you disagree with?
I mean, that is
his journey, right?
That is, you know, I'd never say how, you know, oh, that's his truth and all that kind of stuff. That's how dudes saw the world. Coming out of LA, he sounds like a frustrated dude, and he's happy. There's like, oh, this guy's doing a lot of stuff for me. That's just anyone else. Like, how does this affect me?
Yeah, that's
so,
important,
I mean,
right?
it's
But
like,
that's
cool,
important. But that's important how you vote, right? How do you see the guy who's going to be in charge? How would their policies improve your life, right? That's as opposed to following the ideology, whether it improves your life or not. I believe in X, Y, and Z. I believe in transgenderism. I believe in this. I believe in whatever it is, as opposed to that policy will benefit us as Americans, or it won't benefit us as Americans. That policy can hurt my children in the future, or that policy can help them in the future, right? I mean, it depends on what it is, right? I mean, like I said, most people think men voted against Kamala Harris because she was a woman. And I spent this whole life saying, that's not why I voted against her. I don't like it. I didn't like her policies. You know, and it's not like I had, that I was a big fan of Trump. But when he started talking about what he was going to do, I got behind that, the immigration thing and all of that stuff, man, that was huge for me. Yeah. And he said, day one, this is what I'm going to do. As long as I've been alive, I haven't seen, maybe Obama was really deliberate when he first got in because he was trying to save the economic world. But as far as I'm concerned, as far as other presidents, I've never seen a guy hit the ground running. Boom, 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 boom. And there was oppositions and there was mistakes. There's a battle with the courts. And that's great because now we're seeing how the system works. Right? The courts can stop them, put a stay out there. I don't call that a constitutional crisis. I call that the way the system's supposed to work. And then the Supreme Court could tell those district courts, you're overstepping your boundaries. And I think we're going to start seeing some of that come down.
No,
And
you're
so
not
I like that. Go
I
ahead.
ain't
Go
gonna say
ahead.
that. Luckily there's some, Trump appointed and Republican appointed judges who care about law and put law over MAGA. So I don't think you're gonna see that, but it's gonna be close. You would think that it would be
Not for
just.
everything, not for everything, but
I
for
think
some things, I think he's going to get something.
you
And
said
that
he
means
might.
the system works, right? That means the system works. For example, I'm not a big, I was, like I said, I voted Democrat. I voted for Hillary. I just started getting off the plantation recently. But I like Justice Roberts. I think he's underrated as a chief justice.
I respect him because to me he seems like he cares about law.
That's what I'm saying.
And that's why he's there. It checks and balances works. Like
Yeah.
the founding fathers put all this together. It shows you how sharp those dudes were. They put all this together.
Yeah.
The executive is definitely trying to
So
flex
fit the
authority
boundary.
and overstep authority and overstep their bounds. And it's the court that's going to keep them in check, which is great. And then we got a midterm election coming up in a couple of years, and we'll see how that turns out.
We'll see what happens. And so I like that. Like, for example, and then we can just go ahead and talk about this. How about birthright citizenship? Right? Let's just, for that executive order, for example, as soon as he signed it, I said, well, you can't change the meaning of the Constitution with an executive order. You can't do that, right? I mean, he tried to, but birthright citizenship still exists. A kid born in the United States, regardless of his executive order, is still a United States citizen. Until that is challenged and the court says that this executive order has to go through Congress, has to get signed, has to be turned into a bill, it has to go through the House, got to go through the Senate, and it has to go to him for signature, and it has to have judicial review to say it's constitutional before anything. And so, I mean, the system has to work, or else it's just another signature on a piece of paper. But people don't see it that way. Just him signing it didn't change a damn thing. Every kid born here found sanctuary.
Yeah. So when it comes to, like you were saying, you voted, you didn't like Kamala's policies, and I agree with you. Kamala Harris was saying that she wouldn't change a thing that Joe Biden was doing, which was incredibly stupid politically. Even if that's what you believe, politically, you got to say something different. Like his numbers were, he was incredibly unpopular at that time, and to say I wouldn't change a thing was just dumb. She ran away from a lot of interviews, which was dumb. So you voted for Trump, and you believe that Trump was going to be best for you, your family, your bottom line, your money, right?
That and America.
And America. So what's your take now with everything that's going on?
Listen, I'm one of those guys who don't believe that perfection is what is a measure of whether it's good policies or not. I expected them to have some hiccups, and I'm not. That's why I call it selective outrage. The signal was a big deal, but the world keeps moving on. It was like it's not a no harm, no foul, because not just the optics, the mistake was huge. But what else are you going to do? In the past, and that's it. But as far as the way, I talked about Elon Musk, the fact that they're reducing the government is not new either. I mean, I've been an employee for the federal government until I retired for almost 40 years. I lived through BRACs, Base Reduction Acts. I lived through RIFs. I've seen, people get fired. I've seen, when I lived through the Clinton era, I was a government employee. He got rid of 450,000 government employees in his 8 years. So people getting laid off is not something that, it's untoward or unusual, right? People get laid off all the time. So, I mean, we're making it a big deal as if the government is some kind of jobs program. And once you get a government job, you're owed it for life. That's not true.
So, I mean, I hear you. 400,000 jobs over 8 years, that's sensible. 150,000 jobs in less than 50 days, that's reckless, right? And then, like, the second thing, so what I wanted to ask you about, though, when I made that reference about Trump and the bottom line in your pockets, in America's pockets, I wasn't talking about signal and all that other kind of stuff, man. I'm talking more to the point of the trade war. When Trump was on the campaign trail and he said, hey, tariffs are good for America, it's going to make Americans rich. What were your thoughts on that?
Well, one, listen, this, I said some good stuff about you. Stop saying bad shit about me. Anyway, listen, listen, my thoughts on tariffs. I'm not a tariff expert, and I'm not even going to play one on TV. But here's what I do know, and I do agree with Trump that the rest of the world has been shitting on us with tariffs on the other end, on the goods that we send there. And reciprocal tariffs is something I can dig, right? I think it's fair. Now, some of the tariffs that he's using to get them to negotiate, some of those have worked and some of them haven't. And so I'm saying, I want to see how it plays out. We know on April 2nd, all the reciprocal tariffs are going to go in on Wednesday, Thursday. We're going to see. Now, perturbation in the market is not what ups. It's not, people go crazy depending on how soon you need to use the money. But the market's going to perturbate, and then it's going to level off, and then there's going to be nothing but bargains out there. Because if the underlying companies you're investing in are good companies, they're going to come back, like the market always does. So you could panic out. You could panic, or you could just chill out, ride this storm, and if your dollar cost average and take advantage of it. And I think we'll come to a new equilibrium. Let me just finish. I think we'll come to a new equilibrium when people want to deal with us on a fair basis. And he's saying that already manufacturing jobs are being offered to come back into the United States. We can either believe him or not. He said trillions of dollars are coming back. And he has some people who kind of co-sign that. We could either believe that's happening or it's a lie. I don't, just what you want to believe. Go ahead.
I think it's more wishful thinking.
Okay.
I would say this. I agree with you, bro. We're talking about reciprocal tariffs. We're talking about looking at stuff. It has to make sense for Americans. I understand all that. It makes sense to me. However, right? However, if we don't have factories, if we don't have infrastructure, if we don't have the means to make things in America today, right? It does no good to start a tariff war and say we want to make it here in America. How? You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. So my point is, there's no one out there who knows how to read, write, and understand. As my father said, you got to learn how to read, write, and understand.
Okay.
It makes no sense to me, right, that you have someone saying we're going to impose tariffs, we're going to make things more expensive, and you're going to benefit Mr. John Q. American. It's like, bro, if I, as a company guy, I'm a businessman, and I'm buying apples, and I got to pay 25% more now for my apples, right? You're going to pay at least 25% more when I sell it to you, right? It's probably going to be more than 25% because I still got to make a profit, right? So it's just like a lot of people just kind of fell for that one. And I'm like, I don't know. And then you see what's going on, right? You look at we're looking at it. Everyone's watching the first 100 days of any presidency, right? You look at the first 100 days. Right. Bro, it's just complete chaos out here. And I agree with you. The markets at some point.
Whose side is the chaos? I think the chaos is not on the Republican side, only because they're doing what they said they were going to do. So the reporting seems chaotic, but I think what they're doing is really not chaotic.
I would argue what they're doing is chaotic. It doesn't seem to me to have a plan. Like we're talking about stuff, but even you and I are sitting here like, well, we got to wait until April 2nd to see, right? It's because you're hearing so much stuff going on. It's like, well what is he going to do?
Well, first of all, you can't listen. You can't make a policy. Every policy or every decision you make has your intended consequences, right, that you want it to happen, and then the unintended consequences that come with the enactment. And some of those things you can anticipate, and some things you can't. That's why they're unintended consequences. Let's see. The die is cast. He's got those tariffs that's supposed to go into play on the 2nd of April, and I don't think the world's going to end. I think there's going to be new negotiations that come up, and even with the manufacturing facilities that we don't have, the companies say they're going to invest $1 trillion to build another couple of plants. Well, they're going to put that back in. They'll start from scratch, or they'll start from wherever they need to start from. That doesn't mean we shouldn't try to bring manufacturing back just because we gutted it 20 years ago.
Right. NAFTA was a horrible thing, and we should absolutely be manufacturing stuff here in America. But my point is, it takes time. It takes a plan. Trump doesn't have a plan.
Well, I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you there. We might not.
Well, let me say this. If Trump had a plan to bring manufacturing back, how come he's not building the factories first? Aren't we putting the cart before the horse? I
Well,
mean, what are we going to bring them back to?
well, hold on. The investment builds the factories, right? He's getting the investments in. So I would imagine we'll start seeing some stuff come back. Hey, Either Man, you coming up or what? I don't know. You know Either Man Williams?
I've seen him on panels. Yes, I've seen him on panels. Well, where'd you go? You done left me on here? Everybody, what's up, everybody? I don't know what's going on, but I'll do what I can to keep stuff rolling. So here's the thing, guys. I'm definitely anti-Trump, but my point is this: if there's a plan, and for you guys in the chat, I turned off my other screen so I can't see the chat. I think that was making me glitch, but I don't believe there was a plan. I understand that we want to bring jobs back to America and we want factories and stuff like that, but shouldn't we build the factory first? Like, shouldn't we build the factories? That's going to bring jobs. That's going to stimulate the economy. That's going to be a net plus.
Sorry about that.
That's all good. I kept talking, but
Yeah.
I would say, shouldn't we build the factories? Shouldn't we build the factories first and then start the trade war? That was just my whole point. Right?
Well. Like I said, it takes investment to build a factory. You got to have some commitments to build those factories as well, right? So, like I'm saying, I think he's putting the cart before the horse. Where's the money coming from? Instead of using taxpayers' dollars, maybe he's saying we're gonna do it just, we're gonna do it in a specific way. So let me get my man back, and I want to play some more of his video here, and we could talk about that some more. Maybe Either Man Williams might come on.
This time I spoke with thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people about Donald Trump, about politics. And I gained another critical perspective, which was how people think. When talking to my rich friends and mentors, I started to see how high productive, high income people thought. I started to see how middle class people thought. I started to see how poor people thought. And it was during these 4 years that the Democrat Party started forcing their cultural agenda down everybody's throats. It's cool to hate America. America's evil. America's systemically racist. We should be ashamed of who we are. Trying to enforce a victim mindset on everybody. Trying to tell Black people they are lesser than their white counterparts. Trying to tell white people that they're inherently evil because of their skin color. Trying to push for radical socialist policies. Trying to uproot reality and say that men can become women. Losing all sense of American pride and depicting on the world stage that the president is somebody that can be taken advantage of, not somebody that should be respected, someone whose main goal is to appease foreign leaders. Over this time, as I was growing and learning and changing, I knew I was a conservative because my fundamental belief is that the government does not exist to be everybody's mommy. It exists to protect and defend our individual rights and liberties. A government that controls every aspect of your life and tells you what you can and cannot do isn't for free-thinking, ambitious individuals. It's for the people who don't want the burden of being responsible for their individual choices, who are exhausted at the idea of having to be self-sufficient and be in charge of taking care of themselves. I believe people should strive to be self-sufficient, not dependent on the government. So not only did I hate the Democrat policies, I hated the overall weak, guilty, America-hating energy, but I also hated their insane anti-reality, anti-science cultural movement. And over the years from 2021 to 22 to 23 to 24, when I was talking to people, I could slowly see that the sentiment was getting so against the Democrats that Donald Trump was making a resurgence. I would get more nods, more winks, more thumbs up, more secret, nice hat, bro, because those same things were turning off the majority of people. And this is in deep blue California. Around 2024, I could see that the vibe did a complete 180. I almost never got any negative comments about my hat. It was all positive, from the clerk at the grocery store, to the bouncer at the club, to the airplane stewardess, and of course, to my richest and most affluent friends. That's when I realized, late 23, early 24, that even then, Donald Trump was going to win the election. The problems the Democrats created were so bad, left such a bad taste in people's mouth. They were so unfixable that all the parties, all the racial demographics were turning against them. And that was the point of me wearing this hat out in protest, was to show people in a deep blue area that other people think like you. It's not something you have to hide. It's not something you have to be ashamed of. I will wear this because I'm self-employed. I can't be fired. I can't be socially ostracized. So I'll wear it for you. And after a while, I definitely started seeing it as a duty that I had.
All right. So, listen, man, I'm impressed with this guy because I mean, the reason why I'm impressed with him is because he's got his revelations early in his life. I mean, a lot of us have revelations, and I think the unfettered reliance that Black people have for the Democratic Party is a psychosis. It doesn't make sense to me. And because especially if you start with the origins of slavery. I said something before you started here, and I don't want to get on the woman thing too much, but I have a feeling that subliminally Black women have a certain amount of contempt for Black men because we didn't protect them during slavery. Now, it's just a thought. It's just out there, nothing big, but I think it's a lingering contempt that they didn't have because we couldn't protect them and we didn't. But the irony of the situation is they have such an allegiance to the Democrats as if they can't remember that the people who actually enslaved us was Democrats. They were all Democrats.
But
right?
you know there was a shift between the Democrats back then were like the Republicans of the day. You know there was a shift. You know, but there was a shift.
No.
I hear you though. But there was a shift.
I hear you, but that's an excuse. It's an excuse.
It's a fact.
It's an excuse because then you have to say the Republicans are shifted too, because the Republicans were the ones who fought the war, right? They're the ones who fought the war against their brothers and sisters, not for us, but to keep the Union together. They didn't have to free the slaves, by the way, when they won. They didn't have to free the slaves. They could have just taxed the Southerners down, and they didn't do that. So I'm just saying, but I think that's a cop-out answer, and I don't accept it, right? Because the same Democrats there are the Trojan horses that keep us in bondage today, but it's just mental. And this is what this brother is talking about. It's a mental bondage. It's a victimization bondage. It's a bondage that we need them or else we'll never succeed on our own. You said you were an air traffic controller. You probably had a great life, a military man. How much of that was based on the Democrats giving you something or just your own drive?
I had to enlist in the United States military, and I had to network my way into it. I had to get out of the hood first, right? Then I had to stay out of trouble, right? I had to stay out of trouble. Even we live in a society where, right?
Based on what? Based on your own drive and desire?
No. Based on, because I had access to my dad, and it was based on having men in my life that tells you, hey, man, you're going to have to work not hard. I'm going to have to work 10 times, 100 times harder than my white counterpart because that's the world we're living in. Times have changed, right? So to your point, I joined the United States Army. Right? I scored high enough on the ASVAB that they offered me a position as an air traffic controller. I knew what the job was. I took it, and I met people along the way that they managed to get me into the FAA. It was great. And here today, I'm doing the same thing. I'm helping people get in. Yeah, I'm helping people get in. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
But
you answer but I hear you had your father, you had your men around you, but you still had an underlying desire to do it, regardless of the oppression that was out there. We're talking about you started your journey when in the 80s, maybe?
Yeah, my journey started in the 80s, staying out of jail. I was what did Hillary Clinton call us? A super predator? I was in that generation. And that's why people like, you gonna vote for Hillary Clinton? Hell no. Just call me a super predator. You know what I mean? Like in this we running from these police and Biden and all the Democrats back then and Clinton, when she was the first lady, empowered the system to just throw us in jail and throw away the key. Like
my husband hired 100,000 new police officers.
Right, and empowered them to go out here and wreak havoc in the streets. I thank God for video cameras now, and people get to see what the rappers were talking about, what we've been talking about our whole life. But I mean, I know that's off the point. The point is I've always worked hard, but I had choices to make. I could have hustled.
That's right.
You know what I mean? I could have got out there and got money, but I chose to take a different route. And my friends who chose to hustle, some of them aren't here anymore, some got locked up.
Right. We all have that kind of story if we came from back there in the hood. But what I'm saying is you're successful in your own right, regardless of the oppression that we were under, not just with the hood or even from the white man. They didn't keep you from doing what you needed to do. And
But
did they really help you?
some did, some tried to stop me. And every step of the way, there were some people trying to help, and there were some
But
people
that's
trying to
but
stop you. But
that's
here's the
but
thing.
that's regardless of program, though. That's just the person who might have helped you or stopped you.
But the government, the Democrats had programs out there that will help military men, right? That
Yeah,
people want to call it
military
they
men.
want to call it DEI now.
No, but military men, that makes sense to me. Some programs made sense to me. When you have people who are willing to risk it all for the better good for the human, they should get bennies. I don't think we do enough for men and women, especially men, who are willing to put their lives on the line to keep America, quote unquote, safe. I don't think we do enough. I
I
don't.
mean, yeah, I'm not going to argue with that on that point, but the problem is when MAGA came in and they did this DEI thing, and Trump came in and did exactly what he was going to say he was going to do, right? We're going to get rid of these programs, and guess what? White dudes were losing their jobs, white women were losing their jobs, and they realized, it was like, wait a minute, how come all these white people getting fired? Because they're getting
Because
hired
they
under
were the
these
ones
DEI
who got
programs.
DEI. Right, DEI was for them. But BMU, one of these days we're gonna have to talk about what you just said here, because I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it's true. I know black men went through it. The way we could have did it, we should have just put the ultimate thing. We should just all been slaughtered, right? To stop it. But the truth of the matter is, I believe that there's some subliminal hatred still going on from there. Even though we went through it, we don't process those kind of things like women do. We
I
just
mean,
don't.
I'm okay. I'll let you deal with that.
I'm
And since
talking,
the
to, I'm,
lady
talking
did,
to, I'm talking to BMU. He got mad at me saying that. I think subliminally some women, because we always like to talk about slavery, right? And you hear a lot of women today talk about, hey, men don't like to protect us. I think there's some subliminal messages there, even if they don't realize it. But that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I was really trying to make is the Democrats had us in chattel slavery, and they have us in mental slavery today in higher numbers than it should be. I don't think everybody should leave the Democratic Party. I think it should at least be 50-50. So both parties and the independents have to compete for our votes based on what they're offering.
now that I can get behind, bro. That part right there, I can get behind. I used to tell, like, I'm in my older years, I'm more conservative. I have more to protect. You know what I mean? Like it's stuff, like 401k and all that kind of stuff and investments.
Right.
I want to, work with the Republicans, but they let the fringes take over. MAGA took over. MAGA is damn near a cult at this point, bro. It's too extreme. It's too extreme. You know what I
It's
mean?
kind of funny when you say that, because it's funny. I'm not going to argue with you. I hear you, because we all see the world through the prism. We see the world through our own prisms, right? Because I see the people who are running the Democratic Party as a cult. I believe the socialist cult, the AOCs, the squad, and those people with the loudest voices are running the party, even though they still have
The fringe. I agree with you. The fringes should not be running these parties. The MAGA shouldn't be running the right, and the extreme liberals shouldn't be running the left. Sister Lady D was talking about Maxine Waters and Jasmine Crockett. You look at the Democratic Party right now. There's no leadership. There's absolutely no leadership. The fact that they lost it, the fact that they couldn't beat Trump twice. You know what I mean? Like that just tells me right there there's no leadership.
Well, in fact, they did not only not beat him because of the way they were that gave him power. He's a beneficiary of the way they behave. That's what I'm trying to say, right? Because if they're lucky, it's Trump. If it was somebody who had he has a certain amount of charisma, I got to give it to him, because people seem to like his. Even though he might not be the greatest guy, some people seem to like his charisma. And it's not just MAGA. I know why black women don't like him, right? But it's more than just MAGA who likes him. It wasn't only MAGA who put him in office.
This time around, Latino men, some women, some educated women, and some blacks. Right, but it was just enough to get him over the hump. He did really well in those battleground states. I gotta give it to him. And here's the thing: like, dude ran his campaign. When I saw that Madison Square Garden things with Tony Hinchcliffe, it's like this is in the closing weeks of the election.
Why? Why you do that?
Tony, when he said what he said, bro, I'm a stand-up comedian, right? So I've been a comedian for over 15 years.
Right.
So I was air traffic controller today, comedian at
Right.
night. I was out in LA. I know Tony Hinchcliffe. And
Yeah,
I'm like,
okay.
I was like, whoever booked Tony should be
She got
fired. This is
fired.
before
Yeah.
this is before he did the bit. Then when he did the bit, the floating trash thing or whatever, floating pile of trash, I was like, oh, it's over. I'm like, Trump just lost the election. I was like, it's over.
That was
Like,
so stupid. That was the stupidest shit in the whole world. I said, my God, you guys, you want to lose?
it's
So
over.
wait,
I thought it was over, bro. I was like, oh, it's over now. That's
I
the
got
black
one more.
horse.
I got one more piece with my man here. And then we will do some final thoughts.
Because so many people were telling me they supported it, they agreed with it, but there is no way that they could wear that hat out in public. People wanted to be proud of being an American. People hated having their speech policed. People hated the cultural stance the Democrats were taking. People hated the inflation and ridiculous economic policies. People hated the weakness on a global scale, leading to the breakout of 2 wars. Every single person started thinking this right here. Yeah, Donald Trump said some crazy shit, but my life was pretty good under him. They saw the weaponization of the lawfare. They saw for 4 years the blatant lies from the media, from the medical apparatus related to COVID. They saw their kids fall behind because of these lockdowns. They saw illegal immigration rage out of control, only to be told by the Biden administration that they were crazy. Illegal immigration wasn't a problem. People saw that our government and our country was not being run in a serious way. And people were forced to choose between the politicians that pretend that they're perfect and dignified, but ruin your life, or the guy who says and does things in a rugged way, but actually makes your life more safe and prosperous. And even now, the Democrats continue to take the wrong cultural stances. They criticize Elon Musk when a rocket explodes because they don't understand innovation and advancement. That risk taking, never give up, if you fail, try and try again mentality is what built America into the powerhouse that it is. All of the ancestors of this country took a massive risk by coming across the ocean from Europe to an undeveloped place and building and creating, embarking into the unknown. We bought the Louisiana Purchase, and Lewis and Clark said, let's go discover this place. Let's see what it's about. Unknowing of the risks ahead. Our curiosity, our ambition, our forward thinkingness, our desire to do the impossible is what built the New York City skyline. Innovation is making 1,000 tiny tweaks in the right direction until you get a thing that finally works. And now the Democrat Party is shaming that entire process. That is the exact reason why entrepreneurship thrives in America and not in other countries, because we have a culture that applauds people for trying, even if they fail. In other countries, people don't try because if you fail, it's shameful. The Democrats are proving to be the very opposite of the American spirit. The Wright brothers didn't discover flight because they drew a schematic in a book, built it, and miraculously it worked. They tried it, it failed. They figured out why it failed. They made some adjustments. The plane flew a little further next time, then it failed. And after a series of those adjustments, those failures, the learning, you get something that works, that brings humanity forward. And the attacks on people doing that exact thing, trying to benefit America as a whole, is despicable to me. I believe in individual liberty and freedom. If you want to work a regular, comfortable job and live a regular, comfortable life, that is your prerogative. But I also believe if you want to work 15 hours a day for 10 years consistently, take huge risks, you should be able to become filthy rich and enjoy the fruits of your labor. Because to get rich in a capitalist society requires you to create something of value that people are voluntarily willing to trade their hard-earned money for. That's it. I believe in strong law and order. You cannot have a prosperous, safe, and thriving society if criminals are allowed to run rampant and do whatever they want. I believe the government should be limited in its capacity, not be the mommy and the daddy to grown adults who can't be bothered to take care of their own lives. We are the most multiracial society on earth. Anybody, no matter your color, no matter your circumstances, can be wildly successful in this country. And the Democrats trying to convince people that that isn't the case is just evil. It is vile to tell the people at the lowest end of the socioeconomic spectrum that they can't change their lives for the better, to strip them of their hope. I think the Democrat goal of creating a racist boogeyman is to keep certain ethnic groups mentally enslaved, strip them of all ambition, and they will be dependents on the government forever, which is what the Democrat Party offers. Free stuff. Vote for us. We'll take care of you. I love America. I love her people, even the ones on the opposite side of the political spectrum. And I wake up every day thankful to be a member of the greatest nation in human history. I know that was long, but
You muted yourself, bro. You muted yourself.
Yeah, be myself. Thank you. Yeah.
How old is this video, bro?
This guy's 28. This is new. This is new. His name is Brandon Lehman, and he's
Not that I'm going to watch his content, but I'm just wondering. This video is like a couple months old or a few weeks old.
I think it's a couple of days old, maybe
A couple
1 week.
days old.
Yeah.
Okay. Like
Okay, go ahead, man. Give me your final thoughts, man. Go ahead. What do you think? Go ahead.
I'm listening to this dude, and it's like, all right, some of the stuff I can get behind, some of the stuff I can dig. You know, you're a young entrepreneur. You're doing all this stuff, bro. He put that out 5 days ago.
5 days ago.
How in the hell is he okay with what's going on? This is supposed to be a rich dude, entrepreneur. He got money in the markets. How is he not upset with what's going on right now? What the current administration is doing is pointless. I mean, here's the thing. I don't mind going to war. I don't mind doing what we got to do, putting in work, but it has to make sense. What Trump is doing just doesn't make any sense right now, and it's hurting every American. That's why the 1% is pulling up on Donald Trump right now. Bro, you better figure this out, homie. You just cost us $5 trillion in the market. But they want the heads up, right?
But DL, let me tell you, the market, if you look at like anybody, right? If you look at the market from its 52-week highs to where it's at now, it's in super correction mode, right? It's like 14% down, right? We had some perturbations where it went back under 10% because I look at it from a percentage standpoint. He's 28 years old. He don't got nothing to worry about because by the time he's 40, the market will be a fainted memory because the market has had perturbations throughout its history. And it always, unless the world ends, it always comes back. Now, if I was 2 years away from retirement, yeah, my first question would be, why were you in such high risky things anyway? If you were two years from retirement, you should have started pulling back and put into some safe investments that wouldn't perturbate like this. But if you got 30, and he's an entrepreneur, like my daughters are young, right? They're in their 20s and early 30s. We talk about this on every quarter basis. This stuff is bouncing off their back. You know why? Because they're putting money in the market every month. Right?
Yeah, they're good for the long term. But my point is this, man. The market was going to do what the market was going to do. You can't have a bull market forever. Everyone was expecting some sort of correction, especially when you look at the numbers, when you look at the data, man. You look at American debt, right? The drug of America's choice is money, cheap money. The cheap money is gone. Everyone's looking at Jerome Powell and feel like he's got a lower interest rate. He's not going to do that. Inflation is still very, very stubborn and climbing, right? You got all these problems. People are getting evicted. People are losing their cars to repossession. And now you have here's the thing that I don't like. One of the other things that I don't like about the Biden administration, there were rules put in effect under the Biden administration, allegedly, that kept people who were behind in their mortgages from Fannie and Freddie. They wouldn't allow those houses to get foreclosed on. So at some point, all that's going to hit the market. Like down here in Florida, it is a mess. Like, it is a mess, and that's not Trump's fault per se. I mean, that had more to do with the storms and insurance. But we knew that everyone knew the market was correcting. Warren Buffett's been sitting on cash forever. He knew this was coming. What Trump did, his actions within the first 50 days accelerated it, and it made no sense.
Yeah,
That
okay.
uncertainty is what caused this.
I agree with that. But what I'm trying to say is that uncertainty causes a lot of this stuff, but there's always an equilibrium point where the uncertainty, now you understand what's going on, and the markets always level off. And this uncertainty might last 3 months, 6 months, and then the market goes back up because a new equilibrium is there. And then people will start getting the bargains. High rollers will start buying back in the market because the tariffs, however they get negotiated, become part of the actual marketplace now. And so, and then the markets start to trend back up, just like they always do. You can look at any chart over every 5-year period, right? We recovered from 2008. We recovered from the bust in 2000. We recovered from all of these dips because once the new equilibrium happens, the big money who really puts investment, they say, okay, I can see where the world's going now. These companies I'm investing in are fundamentally sound and making money, right? The debt to ratio stuff is the earnings ratios are all in play. I'm gonna invest again. So I just think that this is just a blip on the radar.
It's going to be a little bit more than a blip. I'm with you. Curtis is
Well,
right.
well, it depends on what you mean by blip.
I mean, they're saying it now. Like, before no one wanted to talk about recession. I mean, you can argue, depending on who you talk to, they'll argue that we've been in recession for a couple of years now. But now people, everyone, even Fox Business, CNBC, they're like, okay, yeah, recession looks like it's inevitable. Okay, recession. There are some people out there saying, oh, bro, it might be a small D depression. The pain has just begun. And I'm not, that's just how it works. I grew up in the 80s. I remember when gas got over $1. I was a little kid. The grown-ups was talking about gas was more than $1 a gallon. They went crazy. I remember that. You remember that.
Yeah, me too. I do too. But gas prices are coming down, by the way.
But I hear you. But my point is this. The pain is coming. You can't have a bull market forever. What Brother Curtis is saying with the super chat, on point. I agree with him 100%. I think there's going to be some pain. I think it's going to be more than just a little bit of a blip. I think it's going to be some prolonged pain here. On the other side, yeah, people going to make all kind of money. There's blood in the streets, bro. You're going to get new billionaires.
Okay, I know this is covering you up. Let me just say, hey, Curtis, thanks for the super chat. $5.99. Market corrections are normal. I believe that, DL, right? You should believe that too. The markets may have been very overvalued. Things have to get worse before it gets better. It's all of that kind of stuff. Like I said, it depends on your market horizon. It depends on your horizons. If you're a younger investor, this is a blip on the radar. If you're 2 years from retirement or a year from retirement, it's much more than that.
Well, I'm talking about the nation as a whole with the economy. The economy is going through
everybody fits into these buckets, though. Everybody fits in these. Some people are more ready for market downturns and economy downturns, right? Some people prune their spending when the market is when the economy goes against them. Maybe you take one less trip. Maybe you cancel a trip. Maybe you do these kind of things. And then you get through to the other side. Some people are going to be just as reckless, and they're going to still take that trip, but they're going to put it on a credit card.
Well, no, they're not, because their credit cards are maxed out. That's another thing.
No, not
credit card defaults are up.
You can still get another credit. Don't get a trip credit card. Where
the banks aren't giving the money out anymore, and they're lowering balances. Do you see what I'm saying? We're in it now. Like, we're in it, and that's normal. That's how it's supposed to be.
Okay, well, if the banks are saving people from themselves, that's like a new one on me, man. You know what I'm saying?
The banks are over leveraged, and the banks, listen, the corporate real estate thing is the biggest problem.
Okay.
It's the corporate real estate industry is in a lot of trouble because they needed the interest rates to come down. They are tied in. All their money is tied in at what? 3.5, 3.25, 3.5, something like that. Now, when it's time to, resurface this debt that they have, bro, they're looking at 7.5, 8, 8.25 or higher. What are they going to do? They're going to walk away from them loans. Who's holding that paper? The banks. The banks ain't thinking about me and you and our hot little credit card. They worried about that $200 million debt that they know needs to be serviced, and they know these people ain't going to service it. So, we're going to see some more. We're going to see some bank failures. Let me ask you this, and then I know you got to go. Let me ask you this question. I know we keep
No, go ahead.
So here's the thing. When the next wave of bank failures occur, will there be a bailout? Will there be a bailout?
I hope not, but probably there will be. I think here's one of the things that I hope not, but these are some things are bipartisan. And I said this before. I think there's some things that both, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, it don't matter. Like for the support of Israel, for example, both parties do that. There's certain things that there's no daylight between them. I think but Obama just happened to be a Democrat, but if it was a Republican, I think they would have bailed out the banks too.
Well, Bush bailed him out. Obama was stuck with it.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying, he had to make the final deals, right? He still had to make some of the final deals. So, but the point is, he didn't buck the system. He didn't say let's let them fail. In fact, a lot of those people actually still got their bonuses.
Oh, all of them got their bonuses. It was
Yeah,
insane.
man, no perp walks, nobody went to jail.
Which
nothing.
they should have. The people should have got locked up for that. But you're right.
And to me, I'm just saying, Obama's first term, he had the House, he had the Senate, he had the presidency. He could have done a lot of damage. Even if he bailed them out, he could have perp walked a lot of these people. Yeah, he could have had his DOG do it. He didn't do it. He didn't do it.
Well, he used all of his political capital to get the Affordable Care Act through. That's what he wanted to do. That's what he did, and that's why he did what he did. Again, like it or not, I mean, I think they should have let those banks fail, and we wouldn't be dealing with this stuff now. But I think when the next wave of bank failures,
well, we had a few, and I don't know what happened to it, but I mean, like maybe a year or so ago, there was
yeah, they
banks
had some
failing.
one percenters got together and they did a private equity bailout. I figured it was a couple New York banks, and the rich people bailed themselves out, and it was only like one or two. I did a show about it. I forget the name of the banks, but
Yeah,
here's
it
the
was
thing.
yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be, in my opinion, it's going to be a nasty wave of bank failures. It's going to be regional banks and maybe a couple of the bigger banks. So when that happens, bro, I don't know what they're going to do. To be honest
Well,
with you.
to me, I'm just saying, we're still not at the 100-day mark. I think that we can't really make all of these definitive answers to anything until we at least see what happens. I'm saying almost at the midterm. They give him the first year, but because listen, if he really messes up, they're going to vote him out of. They're going to vote the House and the Senate is going to flip.
Yeah,
right?
I think it's going to be. People keep asking me, like, is it going to be a blue wave, blue tsunami? I'm like, it's not going to be it's not going to be a blue wave per se. What's going to happen is there's going to be a lot of moderate Republicans and Democrats that push out all the MAGA people. That's what I think is going to happen. I think the MAGA people are going to get voted out.
I think that there's going to be. I think there's enough people who ain't saying it. What frightens them the most is the society, is the social retardation that's going on out there, saying that men trying to change how the 99% live for the 1%. There's a lot of people who can't get with that. They just can't. I think it's being belittled because you're good. No matter, even in this climate, you don't want to be called transphobic or anything. But when a man with size 15 shoes, Adam's apple, puts on a wig and tells you, "Call me a girl," something fundamentally is broken, and it's not with you.
I hear you on that. The Democrats definitely messed up.
So I mean that's just one example. But and then the attack on children is real. It's not a mistake. What the socialization at the younger level is not a fantasy. There's too many receipts to show that the liberals who get on those school boards allow a lot of effery to go on across the school boards and stuff like that. So I mean, some people just can't see that being in charge.
I have a teenage daughter. She's in high school, and I remember when I remember when she was an 8th grader, and we were talking, and one day she was saying, "Why do I have to be a girl, Papa? Papa, why I got to be a girl?" And I answered her, "Because you were born with girl parts. I was born with boy parts. You were born with girl parts. So you got to be a girl." She's like, "Well, what if I want to be a piece of cheese?" You could be a piece of cheese, but you're a girl piece of cheese. There's no getting around that. And that conversation lasted for about 2 or 3 weeks. We had that conversation. And eventually, the next time we had a conversation, she was telling me how she had a boyfriend. So she went from, I'm not sure if I want to be a girl to I got me a little boyfriend within a month and a half or something like that. The reason I tell this story is this. I don't care what society outside is doing in the schools and all that kind of stuff. I agree with you. I don't think that biological men should be competing against women, biologically born women. I think a biological born woman, if she wants to compete with men, that's fine. Men and women are different. But I'm not going to let that affect my child, because I'm going to take the time to talk to my child, and we're going to work through that. That's the way I handled that. But you're right. The Democrats, they doubled and tripled down on that, and it cost them. It cost them an election.
Yeah, brother. Listen. We was getting ready to cut out, man. Let's talk. Hey, have you been up here before, brother? Introduce yourself.
I haven't been on when y'all done y'all show, but I've been on BNU before.
Okay. What's happening, man? What you got? I don't know how much have you seen, man. How much you?
I was catching I was just catching the back end, man. I wanted to ask y'all a question about like, if you had to pick, because I heard about like the people thinking that a blue wave might go a certain way or it might not, and all this, because we are in a trying time right now. I wanted to know what y'all position, because I did get in here late, so I didn't get to see it. And
Okay.
don't let me hold y'all up either. Don't let me
No,
hold
no,
y'all
no.
up.
Go ahead, man. Ask your question. Go ahead.
So what do y'all see? Because where do you lean? Left, right, or somewhere in the middle?
Well, let me just go first, and then DL, you can go. Listen, I'm on this crusade to get off the Democratic plantation. I've been voting just like most black people, Democrat for my whole entire life. I mean, for the hell, I voted for Hillary Clinton, for heaven's sakes, and I never liked her. But at some point, I said, well, there's got to be something more than voting against the lesser of two evils. And here in 2004, I had to find a reason to vote, as opposed to a reason, to either not vote or vote against somebody. And so when Trump started saying the stuff he said, I said, I can get behind that in the backdrop of what Kamala Harris was offering from both her past and her performance on the campaign trail. So I lean right. I'm conservative now. I'm old, man. I'm conservative. I think we should close down every goddamn thing. But in terms of all the liberalism, but then again, my wife is, I don't impact my wife. And of course, I sent my daughters to the bastions of liberalism schools. So I got to kind of retrain them without forcing them, right? Because I just got on this side myself. But that's my answer. So I lean right. But I'm still a registered Democrat, but I'm more like an independent thing.
That's funny, because I'm a registered Republican, but I'm not a MAGA guy. I'm not a Trump guy. I believe there's being damage done right now. But here's the thing: I voted for Kamala Harris not because I believed in her, not because I thought she had a vision for America, not because I thought she was the best person for the job. I was voting against Donald Trump.
There you go. So what say you, JBJ?
No, I understand it. I was vehemently against both of them, but if I had to pick the lesser of two evils, which I felt like this was a position that we were put in again as Americans, I would have voted for Kamala. I didn't vote at all. I abstained from this election as a whole, mainly for kind of what we're seeing right now, what we're seeing happening in the White House. And I understand that I'm not going to knock you for, you said, Mr. Payne, you said because I think when we get older, we all have more conservative views about things. I think the only problem is when we claim conservatism, it's not what that party on the right represents. And I also disagree with a lot of the things that the left are doing, because they have a stigma around them that they're all about the LGBTQ and all this woo-woo stuff. And a lot of us don't get down with that type of stuff. The only difference is, and the only problem that I have is, this is a country, and we can't run this country because a lot of people say it's a Christian nation, things of that sort.
Yeah.
They say that all the time. America's not a Christian nation. It's never been. It will never be. America, everything that America was got off of evil. Like, I see Airborne in the back of Mr. Saint's room and shit. I don't know about you, Mr. Payne, whether you served in the military, but if you did, we went around the world just doing whatever was in America's best interest. It wasn't what was right, what was wrong. This country, everything this country has is done off of evil. So I can't get behind either party. But I do have a big issue with the people on the right, because when it comes to the people on the left, like, you can feel however you want to feel. That ain't got to affect my life. As long as you keep it to yourself, do your thing. But this side over here and what we see right now, what's actually being implemented, it shows that the same group that says they want small government wants government to interfere with a lot of things. They want government to dictate a lot of things. Like they say, get government out of politics, well, not politics, but get government out of business.
Right.
And they're telling people that they can't, we're not going to fund y'all anymore or send y'all any grants if y'all y'all have certain programs. That's government dictating how corporations operate and how they move. It's just interesting to me to see how everything's playing out.
Before you go further, because you're making a point here. If you rely on federal funds, right? That's what we're talking about. If your corporation relies on federal funds, are you saying that those federal funds should come without any condition?
I think so, because the biggest employer in America is the federal government.
Yeah, okay, but that's not answering the question. The question
no, I'm saying I agree. I think that should not come with strings attached. I don't believe so.
Well, first of all, in your private lives, you wouldn't give anybody money without some kind of strings attached. Why should the government pay anybody anything without strings attached to it? Now, it depends on what those strings are. It depends on what those strings are. It depends on how we're going to lean, right?
Okay.
So right now, Trump says, if you want this money, you got to get rid of your DEI programs. Let's be specific, right? So you either want the $500 million or you don't. Right? Because here's the truth. Here's the truth about, I'm going to shut up after. The truth about DEI, what really works is when it's organic. I would tell him, yeah, I'll get rid of my program, but if I really need a swath of the diaspora to work for me because I'm in the sales and I want to sell to everybody, I would be naturally diverse because I want to make money. I'm not going to just put a button-down white guy out there in all my positions when I'm trying to sell to Latinos or blacks or to women. So with natural DEI or diversity, I should say, works when there's a profit motive that you could measure. It just works. But when you mandate it, that's when we have a problem.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that, but I get your point. And black man, I would vote for anybody over dude, man. I don't care if it was a Kleenex box. I'd have been voting for the Kleenex box over Trump, man. Because black man was like, oh, so you put a woman in charge? Hey, bro, whatever it takes, man.
I'll be honest. The first point that I wanted to hit on what you just said, Mr. Payne, is the government should have a say-so where they spend their money at, depending on who they get, like whoever they give it to, they should have a little bit of say-so on what they do with their money. Who gave the government the money?
The United States people.
Okay, so pull that string. We pay taxes, right? So we pay taxes so the government can run. And we vote for the people that hope that they'll use that money that will not only satisfy what they need, but we get a little bit about what we want. That's why we put certain leaders in.
Well, see, that's the problem. That's what they tell us. That's not what actually happens.
No, of course not. Of course not. But once you pay, first of all, taxes it's not like they're voluntary, right? They're mandatory. They take our money away from us whether we want them to or not, or else it's a crime. So they're telling you they don't care. You're the only one who can't really put strings on your money. The people.
Yeah, I agree.
We're the only ones who can't put strings on. But if I'm the government entity, I damn sure I got my pet peeve. I think we should tell Israel, if we're going to give you $10 billion a year, you damn sure better listen to us from time to time.
I understand, and to that point, and I'm glad you said that, when it pertains to outside of the United States of America, I 100% agree. There should be a reason that my fellow citizens are paying tax dollars for us to give it to you. There should be some stipulations. This should be like a contract. I give you this, you do this for me. I agree with that. But when it pertains inside of this country, I think that's a problem because once again, like you said, none of us signed up for this deal that we have right now.
But I disagree with what you're saying. If I give money to a corporation, I damn sure want to know what you're using it for. For example, like Augusta, I'm gonna just throw this out at you. If you accept public funds for your private enterprise, then your enterprise is really no longer private. Remember Augusta when they tried to keep women out of their golf course. They try to keep women out of there because they say they're a private entity, but that's not really true. Because they do take some taxpayer funds, and once they do that, they could no longer say that they could be legitimately exclusive because women pay taxes. So you can't
Well,
say
they can.
no,
Technically, they
but
can.
They got beat down. They got beat down until they
Yeah,
found a woman. They found a token woman to give her membership.
Yeah, that was more social pressure that got them, because there are a lot of private schools for girls that get government funding, and there's a lot of private schools for boys. Like a lot of these, you know, the schools that we talk about that are just for boys. Like they can have their stipulations put in place where the government's okay with it and still will fund it. But in that instance, the social pressure caused that to change. It was a bad look in that instance.
I agree with that.
But we do dictate in between. My personal opinion, and the reason that I don't advocate for what's going on right now, because I really would say it's all MAGA, but I can't separate MAGA from the prototypical conservatives, because this is a lot of the things that a lot of them have been wanting for the long time. But you know, like, you ever been in a group of people and somebody over there talking crazy and you want to say something to them, but you like, man, I'm just gonna chill back. I'm gonna chill back. But then your homeboy say something like, man, what you talking about? And then you be like, you get the energy to come out the pocket and say something too. That's what a lot of conservatives are on right now. Because regardless of whether the dog whistling or remember, Project 2025 was a myth. Trump didn't know nothing about it. But if you pull up the project and go line by line item, he been checking them off. They've been checking them off one by one.
Brother Payne, that is a fact, bro. Brother Payne, that is a fact.
I read Project 2025. There's some draconian shit in there that he's not doing. Right?
Yeah.
But you're right. If there's some intersections, there certainly are. But this is
not intersections.
If we had it up here, it'd be nice to read some of that. Because I tell you what, I read it, and some of it I didn't have a problem with.
Make that your next show next week, and I'll jump on. You can go by. We can go line by line.
Yeah, you know what? Because listen. You know what I would like to do. I mean, I was doing a lot of other stuff. I just came back to this politics thing. I don't know what I'm gonna do next week. It has to hit me, you know. But we'll come back to it, because I think Project 2025 is a distraction. I think we should talk about what's actually going on right now, and we can make shows out of that.
But it's actually going on right now. I agree with Brother JVJ. It's a problem. And Brother JVJ, I just subscribed to your platform, bro. I'm definitely going to check you out.
Yeah, appreciate you, man.
There you go, man. You know.
Look, the reason that I say Project 2025 is because, like, these things are being enacted right now, and that's why we see, like, as a former service member,
okay,
seeing people, and remember, people are saying these are just mistakes. Jackie Robinson got removed off of the government website, but it was a mistake. The pilot that dropped the bomb in Iwo Jima got removed off, all because his last name was Gay. Gay.
They were talking about the aircraft he was flying, the Enola Gay.
Yeah, he named after his mother. He named after his mother.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm like, they're going through, because a big part of Project 2025 was to take away. We want to limit what history is told and what is not. The same thing they were doing down in Florida before Trump got elected with Ron DeSantis, where we don't want to teach these white kids certain things to make them feel guilty. And it's like, in my opinion, just looking at it, you don't want to make the white kids feel guilty for what their ancestors did to us. We live it, but you don't want to teach it to them. And it's erasure. Project 2025 is a part of erasing the history of this country. We want to preach, because we've been indoctrinating kids from the get-go. We don't teach true history in this country, period, from the get-go.
Let me ask you a question. I hate to be on this side of this, because I get where you guys are coming from. When you send your kids to public schools and you expect them, when they teach history, there's ways to teach history. There's ways to teach history, talk about slavery, but how deep should you go? Should we talk about, wait a minute, hold on. Let me just say what I gotta say. Should we talk about the rape and the pillage and all of that kind of shit in the history class, the third graders? Should we talk about all of that stuff? Or do we say that this period of time was the darkest time in American history? And then how much should parents be responsible for making sure history doesn't disappear?
So,
I mean, how much of that is,
brother,
is
I would
important?
say this. I would say this. We should teach, especially down here in Florida. I'm in Tampa right now.
Right.
We should teach Roswell down here. I'm
Okay.
sorry, Rosewood down here in Florida. We
Yeah,
should teach what
Rosewood,
happened
yeah.
to Rosewood, not Roswell.
There you
Sorry
go.
about that. Gang.
Yeah, there you go.
We should teach about what happened to Rosewood. We should
Right.
also teach for someone like me. Like I'm a proud paratrooper, man. I joined the United States Army just to be a paratrooper. I mean, when I tell a story, people laugh all the time. I'm not going to tell you the whole story, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
I never knew about the triple nickel, the 555th. I never knew about the 555th was a combat infantry company, all black. My ancestors. How the hell I didn't know about the first all black airborne unit in the United States Army, who they didn't even let fight. They didn't let them fight in Europe. They didn't let them fight in Japan. They got to fight fires. They were smoke jumpers here in America. They one of the original smoke jumpers to go out there, jump into a fire and put the fire out because the Japanese were sending fire balloons over using the jet stream. This is the history we should know. Every American should know that. Eugene Bullard. You guys know who Eugene Bullard is, right?
Yeah.
Every American should know Eugene Bullard, bro. What he did, who he was, the
significance.
significance to
BL and JVJ. Who's responsible for that? The white man, or are we responsible for that?
I'll answer that question. I'll answer that. Who runs our educational system?
No.
I have to.
In the backdrop of the fact that white people run the educational system, so that means the only knowledge we get is what they give us. Is that a good position to be in? Or if we could find that knowledge out, how do we each one teach one? I mean, we all have kids. I mean, we can't spend time teaching them history, not to absolve the white people. They're not going to change. You're not going to get comprehensive Black history in a predominantly white school. You're just not going to get it. You never did. So when are we going to correct that? And the correction is not to not make white people act right. The correction is that we should correct that shit. Why can't we correct it? Jews don't ask people to teach them Judaism or the Jewish history. They don't ask white people to do that. I mean, there are other white people to do that. They do it on themselves. Now, I'm going to sound like I'm giving these guys a pass. I am not. But for you guys to think that's going to ever be fair in terms of the way they teach anything, we're just pissing in the wind or against the wind. We've been pissing against the wind since the beginning of public school.
I would argue if we explain to our community the importance of voting locally, right? The school board, like what Brother JVZ was saying, how do you fix it, right? You get your people on the school board. They don't all have to be Black, right? There are plenty of people out there who, they really want to tell the true history of America, including the Black Americans, Latino Americans, the Native Americans. They really want to talk about that genocide. The Trail of Tears was real. You know what I mean? I think when you talk to Americans and you talk about Dr. Charles Drew and his contribution to the world, right? Not just us. He didn't make plasma for Black people. He made it for the world. And how did he die? They deprived him of his own invention.
Right.
Why? We need to tell that story so we don't do it again. That's a lot of that MAGA shit is because of
the key word. We need to tell that story.
But my point is this last point, and I'll be quiet. The reason MAGA, that dog whistle with MAGA resonates so much because people don't understand their history. And it's easier to get those people to do these crazy things because it's easier for me to do what the Corporal Adolf did in the 1930s and point to a group of people over there and say they're the reasons why you're not making it here. And those people don't have any idea of their history. You got to watch that. And when a lot of people hit me up.
Go back to the same perpetrators and ask them to educate you on your history, though. We got a circular argument going here. How would you expect the people who you're blaming for us not knowing to be the ones who fix it? That doesn't make any sense to me.
I'll say why.
Okay.
I'll say why.
Why, JVJ?
When you have an issue or a problem, what's the first step into fixing that problem? You have to admit you have a problem.
That's right. Okay, but that's
You gotta admit
have
it.
the problem. You have
Yeah.
the problem. Okay.
Yeah, and us as a country, we have a problem.
No.
America does have a problem, bro. Come on now.
No. I'm not saying America doesn't have a problem. He says we gotta mine out the levels, because there's levels to this. America might have a problem, but all the problems don't hit everybody the same. And for us as being black, if the problem is that we don't have our history taught, everybody in America doesn't agree with that being a problem. Everybody,
I agree with that.
All right, so
I agree.
Let's look at our level. If black people have an issue with the way history is taught, who was supposed to fix it?
Well, that's where you run into the conundrum, because that's why I said, if you have the problem and you don't know what the problem is, you can't fix it. First, we have to admit that we have a problem as a country. So then,
let's admit that we have a problem with history.
Yeah, we have a problem in this country, period, when it comes to race and how this.
We can't just, it's just a broad topic. Let's stay on the specific topic of black history. Because if you bring everything else, we can't have a conversation if everything's on the table. Let's look at just how do we get black history taught to our kids?
Well, see, that's the problem. There should be no such thing as black history. It's American history.
How do we get American history that does justice to black history?
That's the thing. We teach a certain part of American history, but we leave out parts that are not favorable to this country. So the number one thing is we first have to teach the true history of this country. We indoctrinate kids. Like right now, they're still teaching my niece and nephew that Christopher Columbus discovered America. We all know that's a lie.
Okay, so all right. So who's we? So it depends on who we're saying who the we is.
Well,
if we had some more black schools at the lower level that was run by black administrators and black people, are they going to teach? Are they going to say Christopher Columbus?
Go back to your point, Mr. Payne. Go back to your point. Remember what you said earlier. You said that the government should have some say-so if they give their money out to somebody. They should have some say-so about what they can teach. That is exactly why they don't teach this shit. That's exactly why. Because they have say-so.
Okay, because the government is mostly run by white people.
So once again, we have to admit, it's all coming back full circle.
No, but the point is, we don't have to admit it. We do know we have an issue with
what can we?
Yeah, okay, but you can't say you have an issue, but the issue is to get somebody else to agree with the issue. I sat around a table when I was working, and we had a woman in there, a white man in there. Although everybody was white, but they had a couple of women, and they had an org chart. And they said, "Well, the org chart, we got a diverse organization." I said, "It depends on your point of view." Because I don't see any diversity up there. I just see a couple of white people just because you got a couple of women on there. And I said, well, this woman is fine because she sees women up there. So her answer is cool. And then one of the guys, one of the division chiefs, I knew he didn't like black people, right? I mentioned his name. I said, well, Henry over here, he's looking at that org chart and he's saying, what's the problem? You know, so it depends on what your worldview is. Now, if we got a problem as blacks, you know, we have to fix it. We can't go back to the white man and tell him to fix it or be fair. It's not going to happen.
I get the argument that you're trying to make, and we definitely shouldn't go to another group of people trying to get them to fix our problem. But if they are an impediment to us getting to a solution, we have to address that issue. We have to. And I get it. I get self-determination, do what you got to do, stand up on your own 2 feet and do it as a black man. I'm with it because that's all we can do. Like for everybody else that sits there and acts like we act like the white man is a crutch, we out here getting it every day. Like we can't pretend like we ain't out here getting it. But an issue still persists in society.
You said a word. You said a word. You skipped right over it. You said impediment. You used the word impediment. The issue is that there might be an impediment from us getting the information we need, right? So how do we get that impediment out of the way?
You have to acknowledge it first. That's
No,
the
no, no.
problem.
Who has to acknowledge it? They do.
Everybody.
No,
All
no, no.
Americans. All
We're
Americans.
acknowledging it. We acknowledge that
Every
we have independence.
Brother
Go
Payne,
ahead.
if
Yeah,
I could
but
jump in, if I could jump in,
Go ahead, man.
if I could jump in. So here, I hear what you're saying. I'm not blaming Whitey. I'm not saying it's the white man's fault.
I'm still
I'm
here, y'all. I just got to mute for a second.
okay. I'm
Okay.
not blaming white folk.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, we as Americans need to teach our children, American children, white, black, Latin, whatever, you know what I mean, purple, green, all of American children history. It's like when you were in elementary school, right?
Right.
Because you're a baby boomer, right?
Yes, I am.
When you were in elementary school, you had to name all 50 states, right? You had
That's
to
right.
name them. You had to name all 50 states, and you probably had to name the capital of each state, right?
Yeah, we had those exercises.
Right. When I was in high school, we had to name all 50 states, but we didn't have to name the capital. Now we fast forward all the way to my daughter. She can't name 3 countries. Right? She can't name 3 countries. So what did I have to do? I had to identify the problem, right? And then I had to fix it on my end. So what do? We go through now, I make my daughter name countries. We got a big old map on the wall.
You fixed it then.
Well, but it's not completely fixed. Now, here's the thing: it's not that my daughter is, a child of mixed race or whatever. She's half this and half that. It's not that the white kids are out here. They can name 3 or 4 countries, or they can tell you who participated in the American Civil War. There are white kids out here. They're in college.
But
You
they
can
don't know
ask
nothing.
them.
Yeah,
Right? You can ask who fought in the American Civil War. The Spanish and the French.
I know.
What school you go to? So this is why America has to acknowledge we have a problem, and America, all of us, have to fix that problem.
Years on you guys, but you're the same. You guys the same guys who against Trump dismantling the Department of
Education.
They failed miserably.
I don't think so.
Oh, yeah.
I think so.
Go ahead, JG. So now we have a whole other conversation going. Okay.
The government, the federal government, sends out across the board the exact same amount of money for each school across of America. Anybody can Google this. They send out a flat rate that they give to every school, but also what funds these schools. And we all can see it in our day-to-day lives, whether we look at it or whether we don't. I bet money if I say it right now, you'll notice it. Most schools on the state level are funded off of property tax. So you see the areas that have the nice neighborhoods, the $1 million homes, $100,000 homes, they have a nicer school. The federal government still funded it at the same level they funded that stuff in the projects. But in the projects, that property is devalued. They don't collect enough taxes off of that, so they only have a certain amount of funding. Schools are funded off of property tax and not the federal government as a whole just funding it. And it's mainly because they don't want to teach the population. A dumb population is a good population. A smart population will uprise against you when you're doing something wrong to them. They want to indoctrinate the kids. That's why we have that whole term of school to prison pipeline, because we know the kids that come out of certain areas, they're going straight to either crime or they're going to the workforce. And then other kids, because we're already predestined, we're picking. Whether people know it or not, the rich people pick. Their kids are not the smartest. Just like Donald Trump was not the smartest. His father put him in position to be where he is. They pick and choose. And that's the problem that we have in the country right now. We have a wealth gap where the rich people have controlled the game.
We have a class issue.
We definitely. But the class issue started off of one thing. It started off with one thing, and we have to acknowledge it. And that's, look, the reason America's always going to have problems.
Say the one thing and start up. You're going to say race?
Yes.
No. I disagree with her. Class is always.
Why? Why do you think that?
Because even white people separate themselves based on class.
But guess what? They changed it. But remember, Mr. Payne, they changed it. Remember, the Irish and the Italians were not considered white when they first came to this country, but they changed it and they considered all white people white.
Let me submit to you this, okay? Even amongst the Irish, they have a class issue. Every group has class issues. And now in America, we have a class issue based on the haves and the haves not. And it's not because in the black community, we have a class issue.
But
I'm not talking about.
No, what I'm saying is you can't say that classism started with race. I disagree with that 100%.
Brother Payne, we all understand caste systems, right? If you want to look at,
Yeah, but
you want to look at Europe, you want to look at Asia, whatever. But
everywhere.
also, you would have to acknowledge that the American caste system is unique. There's no other country, there's no other group that has the same type. Our class system is way different than what's going on in India, what's going on in Japan.
Well,
It's
yeah,
way
if
different.
you want to complicate it, yeah. You know,
that's my whole point.
It's not complicating it. It's not complicated. We can't have, and this is the problem when we talk about these issues. We can't do it on a surface level. We have to broaden it because it's so. There's a lot of intricate things that go into it, and
Yeah,
I've been to so many different countries and seen how they've operated.
Right.
Their class system or caste system, as they like to say it in other places, is nowhere near compared to what ours was. Our system was built on one group being secondary. And here you go. Luckily, black people got the secondary role because we were going to be the workers. The Native Americans, they said, y'all not even worth nothing. And they tried to mop them off the planet. We did it completely different because in every other culture throughout the entire world, even if they designated a certain group as less than, they wouldn't just make them work for them. Like we have the what you call is in China right now that are working as slaves, even though we got slaves in America. We put people into different categories, but in America, we did something completely different than anybody else in the world. That's why they call it chattel slavery.
Yeah, but slavery itself was different than anywhere else in the world. That's
the point. That's the point. That's the point. That's the whole point.
But listen, for you to say that because we have a black racism problem, that's what gave rise to class. That's not true. It's not. It's just not true.
Though, but the point he made about what we do in America, in particular, the point about the Native Americans. You know, I challenge people, this goes back to history. But this goes back to history. I challenge everyone who's listening.
They exterminated them, yeah.
But here's the thing.
But how come they didn't have the Indians in slavery?
But here's
they didn't want to.
Because they fought.
They fought. But here's the thing, though.
Yeah, but we fought too. They just didn't. They couldn't look. They knew the natives couldn't work like we worked.
Thank you.
Oh man,
it was just a better.
So they couldn't exterminate us.
Think about it, man. They
couldn't exterminate us. They couldn't exterminate us. Why do you think you see when you look at a football team, majority black, well, basketball team, majority black, baseball teams, a little different, Latino. I grant
you the ethnicity of it, but still doesn't give your strength that class came from the racial problems.
You put down. You segregate what is a threat. No, you segregate. Yeah, that's think about it. In America, we are the minority. No, in America, we are the minority, right?
Yeah. And we have a class.
What are we in the world? What are we in the world? Minority or majority?
We got so many people melanating around the world, but what's the
point?
I'm
just talking about black.
Majority.
Okay.
African descent.
We got a lot of black people around the world. So what?
I'm gonna ask this question, Mr. Payne. I want to know if you know this. I just want to know if you know this. Outside of Africa, just outside of Africa, right. What country has the biggest population of black people? Outside of Africa. Outside of Africa.
I think Brazil does.
Okay, Brazil. You would be correct.
Okay, so I passed the test.
And what went to Brazil?
I know. Come on, man. Let's get past it.
They got dropped off Brazil, right?
Went down to Brazil. And there was some people to say the fact that the black Brazilians have a little bit more of their culture left. It's because they killed so many of them that they didn't have a time to.
They have the same system. They have the same system that we kind of have in America, where you.
But the statement you made got me stuck. But I understand all the rest of the stuff.
Which statement? Which statement had you stuck?
That class issues in America.
No. First of all, I said race. You brought in class. You brought class into it after I said the race.
You said class started with the racial problem.
No. I said race first. and you brought class into it.
Okay. Maybe I misunderstood what you said. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, of course there's
No,
racism.
the class system already existed amongst Europeans from the get-go because the Europeans that were winning stayed their ass in Europe.
So I misunderstood what you said.
Yeah, I'm about to say the class system already existed. The Europeans that were winning in their class system stayed their ass in Europe. The Europeans that were losing got put on that boat and had to go over there to a land that they never knew about. That's their class system. But when it came to us, our system was all built off of race. This country was built off of race. That's why you see the people that are lighter complexion, they get certain type of treatment and certain type of approval compared to the people that are a little bit darker. We have a racial issue in this country. And when we talk about what we need to teach our own people, think about this. You say we need to teach our own people our own history. Most of our own people don't know it because of the history that's been taught to us by the people that enslaved us anyways. We don't speak our native tongue. We don't pray to our native God. We don't do any of those things.
We're not going to go back to Africa, man. You know what I'm saying?
Nobody's saying go back.
No one's saying go back to Africa, brother.
Nobody's saying go back.
Man, what y'all talking about, man? We're Americans.
But American, but hear me out, Brother Payne.
We're Americans, man.
Brother Payne, Irish Americans know about their ancestry.
Yeah, but
German Americans. Let me finish. German Americans know about their ancestry, right? Chinese Americans, Korean Americans, Vietnamese Americans, all these people. So do they want to go back to their countries? No, they're Americans, right?
Yes, but we don't got nowhere else to go.
But that's my point.
We have a lot of places to go.
We could go anywhere on the planet. But my point is this, Brother Payne, my point is this.
Wait a minute. What's stopping us from teaching our history? Because we got some light-skinned people?
Because we don't know it. They indoctrinate. Hold on. Mr. Payne. Just let me say it. They haven't. Why is Jesus painted as white? I'm just going to ask you that. Why is Jesus in every church you go to, in every book you see, why is the image of Jesus painted white?
They painted him white because it's a big grift, man. They want you to look at the white man. Yeah, why? Why is it that? It's an indoctrination thing.
The same. Once again, you went on it. Indoctrination. The same way when they showed those original maps of the world, Africa was small as crap, but Europe was this big. They want to rule the mind and teach you a certain type of history so you don't understand who you actually are.
I hear what you're saying. I hear all of this stuff. But
it's true.
Well, yeah, even if it's true, we're in the situation that we're in now. How do we fix it?
We have to acknowledge it.
Who has to acknowledge it? Well, we have to.
We do. The Civil Rights Movement. Black folks didn't have no rights before the Civil Rights Movement, right? They didn't really have none. Jim Crow, nigga, you get over there. Well, guess what? Once black people acknowledge that, this ain't right, we need to do something about it. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Frederick Douglass, and all these, Marcus Garvey, all of them got out here and started saying something about it. We addressed the problem, then we made the country address that problem. If we feel like there's no issue right now with wrong history or false history being taught, it won't be changed. It's always going to start with us. But we have to pass that on to the rest of the greater America, the greater society, to change it. If they're lying about history, they're lying about history.
JBJ, I hear what you're talking about, man, and I hear you guys. I hear it. I mean, we'd have to have a whole show on this. But every time you say they have to do something, you're telling me that you're not in control of what you need to have.
We're not. This is a white man's country.
Hold on for a second. So that means that it's hopeless if you're going to think that they're going to agree. Wait a minute, man. If you think they're going to agree to fix your problem, then it's never going to get fixed. You got to go find and ferret out there. If you just told me all this historical stuff, you get that shit, you put it in whatever form you want, and we market that and teach history from that, as opposed to thinking some white saint going to come over here and then conform to what you need them to do.
What's with the white stuff?
Their problem is not your problem.
Brother Payne, you keep bringing up this white thing.
You keep saying them. Who's going to fix it? Who do you want to fix it? When you say they, who's they?
All of America.
Oh man,
All
come
of
on,
us.
man. I mean,
All of us.
all America doesn't mean shit. Tell me who you want to fix it.
Because when
America.
because here's the thing: if you in South Florida, if you in South Florida talking about you want something
You
taught
guys
in
are
the
just
schools,
blowing
hold on,
smoke
but
now,
brother
man.
Payne, hear me out. If you in South Florida talking about you want something taught in the schools, ain't no white boys on the school board in Dade. Are you serious? That's all Latino.
You know,
That's all Latino.
that's
So the
what you just
Latinos are not going to have the problems that some other groups might have anywhere else, right? It's all Latino. If
so
you
the
going
Latinos
deep
fix
in
all that.
Alabama, right? But if you're going deep in Alabama, who's going to control those school boards in Alabama? It's going to be folks that look like us. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I mean,
And
it
so
depends.
are they saying that, are they fixing their problems? Are they actually doing it?
They actually, I live in Alabama, in Montgomery County. Well, not they wouldn't even call it Montgomery County, but they actually they pushed back on this in the House. They pushed back on them
Black
trying to
people
not. Yeah, they pushed back on the bill. They were trying to put a bill in place so they couldn't talk about slavery because they tried to. Remember the big boogeyman ahead of time? Well, before Trump got elected, CRT. They're teaching CRT. That was one of the biggest things that came around. They used critical race theory to pretty much carte blanche history in America that talked about black folks. They
Okay,
used
so
that because
okay,
CRT was something that was taught in colleges anyways. They never taught it in
yeah,
K
and that's probably where it belonged in college because of
Yeah, but that's where it was.
Well,
Use it as
hold on. You just said, and you just talked about, hey, there's black people in the city council. There's black people in Alabama. Did they fix it? Did they fix it? I mean, that's the point. I mean, I'm trying to find out. You're saying America's going to fix it. That's such a broad statement, right? Did the Chinese fix their own problems? Yes. Did the Jews fix their own problems? Yes.
No, they didn't.
If the blacks want to teach history the way we want to teach it, we got to fix it.
Payne, like Mr.
Nobody
Payne,
else is going to do it, man. Come
Mr.
on.
Payne. I
Yes,
want
sir.
you. In my personal opinion, this is just my personal opinion. This is not a personal attack or nothing like this.
No, I ain't
But
going to take it
you,
away. Go ahead.
and I'm gonna do my best to say it the way that it's not gonna come out that way.
He starts you out like, you know, you
Oh
get all
no! I ain't hold on. I ain't doing that Stephen A. Smith shit because he a hoe. But
go ahead, say what you gotta say.
You come off as a person that would stand in the position of stand in the way of the progress.
The hell no.
Because it seems like a bunch of what if. What if this? What if that? What if this?
That's how you sound to me. That's exactly how you sound to me. You're projecting. That's exactly how you sound to me. Because I'm trying to.
When did I say what if?
No, you keep saying they, and I'm saying who's they? Then you talk about a black school board, and they still couldn't get things done.
I didn't say anything about a school. I didn't say anything about a black school board.
About the Latino, I was talking about the Latino school board and the black school board. But the point is this. But the point was the whole thing started over. Well, how can we fix it? It starts at the local level. Starts at the school board.
Okay,
You're talking about what we're going to teach our kids. It should start at the local level. That's all I'm saying. And like the CRT thing, that wasn't even college level. That was third year law school level. I'm still amazed how they managed to spin that CRT thing into what they spun it into because that was crazy. Only lawyers learned about that in their third year law school.
What do you think? Critical race
And people ate it up because we live in a country where when it pertains to the history topic, this country wants people to be dumb. They want them to be uneducated. And that's why when they throw out things like that, a lot of people gravitated to it. When Trump was in the office the first time, a lot of people didn't even know about a monuments clause. They didn't know nothing about that. They didn't know about a quid pro quo. They didn't know nothing about any of this. People got educated on the spot because the education system that we have in America does not prioritize educating its population. They care about indoctrinating you and sending you into the workforce and sending you into the industrial prison complex. That's all they care about.
But that's a fact. Y'all heard the story about the girl. But Brother Payne, you heard that story about the girl who graduated high school here recently. She can't read or write, and she's suing the high school, but she's in college right now. Can't read or write. Graduated with honors from her high school.
No kid left behind was a disaster.
But I'm saying, but she graduated from school with honors, high school, got accepted into college, can't read or write. She's not black. She's Latina. You know what I mean? But that's the whole point. We do not educate kids anymore. Brother Coach, we got Coach in the building. My bad. Let me shut up over here.
Yeah, go ahead, Coach. Man, wait, listen, man. What's happening, brother? How you doing, man? What's going
first
on?
of all, man, salute to your new specs, man. Salute, man. Salute, man. You got something to fit that.
Man. Let's just pick them up. I'm just changing it up.
I'm just saying, man, you got something to fit that big head over, man. So I mean, I've been listening for the last 15, 20 minutes, man. I hear some excuses, I hear some excuses because we are supposed to be the smartest, but we're actually the weakest and the slowest in our modern time. Because prior to, I guess, during the Jim Crow era, we was having to build wealth. We having to invent shit. These slow ass people in these schools today, they ain't reading nothing. They don't know how to do nothing. And I don't put it on the system because we all went through the system. I put it on the people who raised them. It has nothing to do with the system. We all been subjugated to the laws since we've been born, but we happen to navigate them. And the ones that did navigate them, now we on the other side talking about looking at the stuff we did and we sort of making excuses on why it can't be done. The same things are persistent. You know what I'm saying? We was under a president, his philosophy for 3 strikes you out black people. Back in the 90s, I don't know how old y'all was, but I was a young man. And the president, he was creating laws to send me and everybody my age to prison for a long time, uncles, daddies. And now we in a situation where somebody's actually going through the government, which should have been done years ago, and everybody's running scared from it. I'm not mad. Get the degenerates out of here so the younger people can have an opportunity. And now here's the thing. You have to take advantage of these things that are put in place. F the school. Everybody knows school ain't the same, but I barely see brothers in schools. The dude is in a school. He's a janitor. He ain't teaching. He ain't counseling. He ain't doing none of the stuff that could help a young man to change his situation. We all came from mud. Most people my age, we started out in the projects. We didn't let the projects become our life. It was a situation beyond our control. So when I see young men now who have way more access to way more information, who are making excuses about the laws, the same laws been in place. We avoided them. A lot of brothers avoid them. But you can't go into your 40s complaining about things that you can't change unless you decide to change it. We talk about the youth and they. Who is they? Most black people put each other down. Most black people cheat each other, lie to each other, steal from each other. We won't even stop deleting each other so we can stand together. We still arguing over dumb shit. Whose block is this? It ain't yours. We buying all the stuff that they make to keep us poor. Makes no sense to me. But I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong. Because my ancestors went through way worse than I did. They couldn't go to the park. They couldn't go downtown at night. They couldn't do things. They had to be in. They had to stay in their own. I've been going to the club since I was 17 years old. All over the city. I've been all over the country since I was 17 years old. And the only time I ran into problems when I ran into niggas who was on that bullshit. But again, military travel. I'm just saying, man. We can't make excuses at this time.
When you play, JV, go ahead. What you got to say?
We have to stop using that talking point. We have to. It's getting burned out, and it's not a logical talking point. You said that when you grew up, you did what you did, right? You had conditions. Yeah, you had conditions. Yeah, I'm saying you had conditions around you. You had an environment around you that made you move a certain type of way, and you moved a certain type of way, right?
The same laws everybody else privy to, yes.
Okay. What's changed since you were growing up to what these kids are dealing with right now? Because the laws are still the same, right? Remember, the laws are still the same.
The young man that surrounded me didn't tell me I couldn't be shit. The young women didn't tell me I wasn't shit. The young man wasn't saying, let's go do it. It was a brother saying, man, don't do that.
No, I'm saying, what's changed for the kids now?
What's changed
for the kids now?
Because the parents don't care about the kids. It's always listen, the mother focus on the 16. I know families where, I know 3 families, 15, 16 boys told a mama 5'2". Mama, if you got to call mama when and got in your butt because she knew her kids. She wasn't cussing out the adult in charge. The people down the street would call your mama and say, little nigga with the Cincinnati red hat is acting a fool out here. And your mama would come out there and get in their hands. But see, today, today, there's nobody holding nobody accountable.
I want you to follow it.
Everybody's making excuses.
Yeah, I want you to follow it.
You cannot afford to make excuses. I don't care about you. Listen, we've been in a time where everybody's in their feelings. And what has changed? But what has changed? Nothing's really changed. It's still the same. What's changed? We protest, but then we go shoot each other up. We complain about the law, but people act like the law been on the book for years. Who's running in those? Who's getting in those positions to change the law? Because if they say, let's go protest, what are we going to do, loot? We ain't doing it like Dr. King them did. We got more freedoms. We taking advantage of our freedoms.
Yeah, I tell people.
I don't know what. I don't know. I don't know what's a. If people don't want to vote because they in their feelings about a candidate. I feel like. Come on, man. You can't get out of
Look, I know me and you've had conversations back and forth many a times. That is a surface level process of thinking.
Well, tell me your surface level process of thinking.
Now I'm gonna tell you.
We know what the problems are. We can talk about problems 1,000 years. What is a solution for you to say, young men, young women, this is how you move to be better? Because you can't talk about the old days. They don't care about the slavery days, Jim Crow, and all. They don't care about that. How can they say be better today?
People don't understand about compounding effects. And we just brush past it like it don't mean nothing. We brush past it like it don't mean nothing. Check this. I'm gonna ask y'all a question. I want to see if you can answer it correctly. Let's say if Saint come from a household where his father makes over $1 million a year annually, what's his probability compared to me coming out of the projects of reaching a higher level? Who has a higher probability, me or Saint's kid?
These are what they call
just answer the question.
AVJ, you can't demand people answer questions when you don't understand yourself.
But I get where it's coming from. You're far.
We all understand that's a terrible argument to try to get out of answering a question, man.
Well, Brother Payne,
Listen,
Brother Payne,
let me history of where I lived when I was young, man.
Brother Payne, let me say this.
Man, come on.
Brother Payne, let me say this.
I can go through the horror stories of where I came from.
Brother Payne, we all got horror stories, but let me ask you this.
Yeah, but that's why it's a bad argument to use that shit.
Hold on, Brother Payne, you like Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump,
I don't like him.
I'm talking about you like his policy, you like what he's doing.
I like the policy. I like the policy
what he's doing, right? Yes. So Donald Trump likes to tell a story that he's a self-made man. I did it all on my own. All I needed was a little help from my daddy, a small loan of $1 million.
Okay.
$1 million. And that's the point that JVJ is making.
What does that mean, though? What kind of argument is that?
That means that if you were poor and your daddy can't give you $1 million, and we're talking about $1 million back in the 70s.
Why are we talking about millionaires? We got so many receipts of people coming from shit and making it. Why are we talking about those guys? We got so many people who came out of shit to make it. What are we doing with
exception? No. See, that's the problem. That's the problem in the black community. That's the problem in the black community.
What kind of argument is that?
Mr. Payne.
$1 million? JVJ, because we didn't get $1 million for somebody.
Mr. Payne.
You got an argument? Come on.
Here, Mr. Payne, to your point. That's the problem. That's one of the biggest problems that we argue in the black community. We always highlight the exception, not the rule.
No exception. There's not no goddamn exception.
Yeah,
that's not the exception.
We got hundreds, we got thousands, we got millions of brothers who got horror stories.
Let me. Can I share a story real quick, and then I gotta go. Can I share a story real quick on this topic? You're talking about access, right? That's what we're talking about now, access. So back in the 90s, I got out the military. I was kind of finding my ways before I got hired on by the FAA, right? I've always been a networker. Always been out here networking, doing my thing, with people in the boardrooms, people in the streets, didn't matter. I'm networking. There's some white boys I was talking to. This is in Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm from Cincinnati. Some white boys talking to me, man, and they like, they out there, they skateboarders, they doing tricks on bikes and all that. And they was like, hey, man, We got this little festival coming through. It's gonna come through Cincinnati, and we like you, man. It's an opportunity, bro. You can buy in. I think it was $20,000. Like if it's $20,000, we'll let you buy in. We'll put you at membership level, like almost partner level, just to get this thing going. And I was really feeling it. I'm like, damn, this shit makes sense to me because that's when that alternative music was hitting and the skateboarding thing, that whole grunge look was going on. I'm like, damn. I wish I had 20 grand, right? 20 grand, not $1 million, just $20,000, right? You know the name of the festival that these guys offered me ownership in? You know what the name of that festival is? X Games. X Games.
Well,
$20,000 away from being a billionaire.
Yo, brother, okay.
But here's the thing. That was great. I still network. I've done great. I'm retired. I'm in my 50s, bro. I never thought I would get here. I kept grinding. But the point is, this. JVJ is talking about access. Now, if my daughter gets the same opportunity, and she comes to me like, Pop, I need $20,000 so I can buy into this thing or whatever. Guess what? Yeah. So we getting there.
That's the way it's supposed to work. We don't have to. Exactly. Everybody thinks that we're woefully behind the generational gap. But the way it works is that you succeed and you open the doors for the people who come after you. And then it goes on from there. It doesn't matter if it's
but you're disregarding the hindrance that are put in place for you to goddamn.
No, hold on. But I'm not disregarding anything. Right. Listen, all I can say is this. We could use, when we start using examples of people who had advantages to try to prop up the fact that everybody doesn't have an advantage, that's a bad argument. I mean, my father-in-law was talking to me when I asked him for my wife's hand in marriage. We had a conversation on his step. He said, look at this block. He said, the whole block we were on. He said, a Jewish man came to me and said, if you give me $15,000 to come in, we can own all the buildings on this block. Here's a man who's getting ready. He had the money. But his situation his wife and all the kind of stuff, the way men work, she was thinking about, should I risk this nest egg on this whim? And he didn't take it. So here he is as the old man talking to me. And he says, listen, if you have an opportunity and you can spell it out and you can see it and flush it out, don't be afraid. Because every day I come out my door, I think of what if could have been. He said, I had the money.
Yes.
He had the money, but he would have been betting the nest egg. That's different than having been sitting on a couple million.
Before you go,
he would have lost that money. He wouldn't have been destroyed.
Yeah. Before you go,
he wouldn't have got destroyed. He would have just lost the investment. So the point really is, the story, the thing is, we have opportunities. You didn't have the opportunities as all the generations in the past, but your daughter has opportunity now because of you. It doesn't matter what happened back then.
Yes.
It matters for knowledge, but it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't.
It matters for knowledge, but it doesn't matter. And it's not going to stop her from being wealthy. It's the right thing because she didn't have to.
It does matter, and I don't know how y'all can overlook that.
But brother Diaz,
it's not an albatross.
I can relate to both of y'all's story, right? Because I was, again, when you're doing things the right way, you get connected to right people. When you on the bullshit, you get what you get. So if you're doing things the right way, and you were doing things the right way, our parents' family was doing things the right way, then you can network. So the network comes to you. I was in a position like that about 12 years ago. Somebody came to me with an opportunity, and I was a little timid and like, hold up, man, this is my little money, because we think our little 15,000, 20,000 is the all we got. Which in some cases it is, right? You work for it. But then somebody said, man, do this. It's a guarantee. I'm like, man, listen, man, I'll give you a little bit of something. He said, man, do it. And it changed my life. It changed my life. I'm telling you, 54, wife said, retire. You got it. You can do, man, I've been chilling.
Yeah. Think about what you're talking about. Think about what you're talking about.
Hold up. We all, the point I'm making is we all had opportunity. We all had access, right?
Exactly.
Hold on. But they all are saying it. At some point in a man's life, if he's doing the right thing, you're going to have access. you're going to get the resources. A lot of us move in fear, and that's what hurts the black man. We cannot move in fear because today, they got access right at the fingertips. They ain't got to go read about it. They can Google it. They can look it up in 15 seconds to see if it's a good opportunity. But we so afraid about what could happen instead of thinking about if I'm doing things the right way, people are going to connect to me because people that do shit right way, they want, just like birds of a feather flock together. But if you make a decision to be on bullshit, you can't then commit all the crimes and then come back and say, see, the system held me down. No, you sell drugs to the little girls and the mothers, you need to go to jail. You delete somebody, you need to serve your time. Now, when you come back out, rehabilitate yourself. Do things the right way, because I've seen it done. People with 3 or 4 felonies and an escape charge, they did the right thing, and now their whole life is turned around.
Yeah, but that's a minority. That's a minority.
Because most people choose not to do it. That's
No. That's a minority.
Maybe ain't got
You're
nothing
saying
to do with an 18-year-old, 19-year-old.
No. You saying it? You saying that people out here selling drugs and doing all that's a minority. I'm not focused on them.
Most people choose not to take advantage of opportunity.
Most people don't get an opportunity.
Why? If you graduate high school, that's an opportunity. What are we talking about?
Hold on. Opportunity
if
to
you
do
graduate
what?
high school, that's an opportunity
do what?
to join the military, go to college, take a sport, whichever route. A lot of people choose to not do it. Then they spend the best time of their life bullshitting. Then when they're 35, all of a sudden they woke up and they expect my brother D.L. Saint to move out of the way. He's been in that grind. He ain't moving out the way. Our ain't moving out the way.
You just blanket statement that
I would never tell young, when I was the 15, 20 years I work with young people, I would never tell them make an excuse why they can't do something.
Okay, here, take this. Just because you graduate high school.
I gotta go, fellas. I'm sorry. I gotta,
Hey, Saint, before if you got any last words before you leave in 7 a.m., I'll come to you next. You got any last words?
This is a great conversation. I wish I could stay longer. I really do.
Okay.
I'm a black
Shout
man.
out to you,
Shout out to
Saint.
you. I'm definitely gonna be coming back over more. JV,
JVJ.
I'm gonna jump over there. Coach Ferg, everyone out there in the chat. I see y'all. Thank y'all.
I appreciate you stopping by, man. That's cool.
Man. And we just keep doing. If we do this, it's a step in the right direction. Just having this conversation with and people can see how we are not all the same. You know, as white folks watching this right now, like, man, them fellas pretty sharp. You know what I mean? He's pretty sharp. So this is a step in the right direction. I'm gonna holler at y'all, man. Peace.
All right, thank you, yo. All right, okay, JVJ, what you say? Hey, 7 a.m., you got something to say real quick?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
I'm on agreement with Coach and Payne. JD, I don't know how old you are. I'm 33. You just got a high school education. But I get the game. It ain't racism, bro. It's not racism. It's a money thing. And with you having this many excuses is letting me know, like, you don't really know what's really, really going on out here. We have more access to wealth by technology and being able to talk to people that are billionaires on just Twitter or seeing what they do, seeing how they trade, seeing what's going on right now. So with you making all these excuses, it's telling me that your eyes are not wide open to what's really happening. And it has nothing to do with color. It has nothing to do with how much money your dad had. Because statistically show that people lose wealth the next generation. Generation don't get passed down like that. The only person who's passing down wealth was like the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, and those big families up there. And so when you ask that scenario of if you got a rich dad compared to a poor dad, which way you gonna do better? Man, it's equal footing. Because I've seen rich kids fuck it up. I've seen kids come from poor, make it big because they wanted to. So I just hear a whole bunch of excuses, bro. And I'm 33. I don't know how old you are. You seem like you're around my age. Bro, it seems like a whole bunch of excuses coming from you. A whole bunch of excuses. What's the last book you read? I'm going to call you a man card. What's the last book you read?
The Bible.
You said what?
The Bible.
Okay,
you got the Quran right next to me.
Hold on, man.
Okay.
No, show me. Hold on, brother. Show me where in the Quran it say give up.
You talking about me?
Yeah.
All right, here. Can I respond without being interrupted?
I was just being facetious, JVJ. I'm about to
go ahead and
give
give
up. Show me something where it give up.
Let him go. Go ahead, JB.
I'm about to go ahead and get off. First off, I didn't give any excuses, so I don't know where that came from. I'm stating fact.
You keep saying that.
Let him go. Let him finish, Seven. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Who runs this country? That's a question.
Like the five families. The five families. The big five
No,
families.
no, no. What race of people runs this country?
The Federal Reserve run our country. It ain't white like you think it is.
I'm asking.
It ain't
I'm just
white.
asking.
You know what
I
happened?
just
Like, hold
need.
on. It ain't white.
I need one word answers.
It ain't white,
One word
folks.
answers, because I'm gonna put the point out there. I'm just asking the question.
It's not white folks. It's not white folks. It's not
Okay,
white
who?
folks.
Who then? What race?
It's five families. I just told you. It's five families.
What
And they
race
all
are
ain't white.
they? What race are they?
Bro,
What's the majority?
Hey, man. Land your point, bro. Land your point. Land your point. Land your point. Go ahead. Go land your point.
I'm just put it like this, and this is the reason that the United States has been doing what it's been doing right now, because a lot of people don't understand how this country was built. This country was built off of one thing, and it's been obtaining that exact same thing. We can talk about you had the opportunity to go do this and do that. That's fine and dandy. I agree. Everybody has an opportunity, but the sad part is if you put somebody in an environment, they will be a product of it, and they infect our environments for a reason. We do not control anything that happens in this country. So every time you hear about a problem about immigration, you hear a problem about the economics, you hear a problem about anything else, crime and all this whoop. There's a dominant society that controls all that. But they turn around and blame your black ass for it. People need to truly understand. Yes, the fuck they do. Why they kicking out Mexicans right now? Why are you saying that? They don't? Who commits more crimes? Mexicans are homeborn Americans. Homeborn Americans. So let's stop that nonsense right there. We got too many surface level thinking motherfuckers in this country right now that needs to truly realize what's going on. Wealth is sustained at the top. It's sustained at the top. You can talk about somebody lost their wealth within a generation. That's people that were new to wealth. That's why the Rothschilds, the Walmarts, the Gates are still having their wealth. That money ain't went nowhere. It ain't went nowhere. The families that have built wealth throughout the history of this United States still have it. It's because this country was set up in a certain type of way. But if we want to keep the, I just want to finish it.
Okay, you gotta land it somewhere, but we get your point. We do, but go ahead.
If we disregard, I'm not making excuses. I'm pointing out a problem that we need to solve. It's not excuses, because we all got to get up every day. And I said it earlier. We all get up and we go do what we got to do every day. I said that very early in the stream. So I guess Seven didn't see it.
Go ahead. Hey, I already got the solution, buddy. Hey, hold on. I already got the solution, bro. Hey, what happened in 1912? What happened in 1912? What happened in 1971? What happened to our money? Right? Everything's a money game, bro. We have no purchasing power right now. The dollar's not backed by gold. So you got to get some hard assets so you're not working and spinning your wheels. Okay?
Well, you don't know your history.
I do know, bro. So what happened in 1912 then?
Okay, here, real quick.
The Federal
In
Reserve was
1912,
built,
hold on. In 1912, could black people own land? No.
You still think about color.
I want you to understand something, because you don't
Bro,
understand
you on level
compounding
one right
effects.
now,
No, you don't.
One right now.
You don't understand how shit.
Affected the same way we get affected with the money.
You don't understand how shit. You don't understand how shit works. When you had one group of people, mainly to the people that had money at the top, and then they gave a little bit to the people at the bottom. No, they gave away free land to the West in the country, and black people were not able to get it. What are you talking about,
bro? You still stuck in bro. You still stuck in 1964,
you don't understand how
bro.
you don't understand how shit.
2025. I do.
Okay, guess what? In 2025, you don't understand how things compound over time.
Hold on. You have a chance to purchase.
Dude, I'm not. First off, I want you to understand something.
Okay, listen,
I want you to. I want you to understand something. When it comes down to it, look. You say crying.
You crying.
Okay.
Go get some Bitcoin.
Okay, here, check this.
Hey, go learn about how much money we owe this year. We owe $6 trillion right now. That's why Trump is fighting pound. We owe trillions of dollars. Hold on, hey, pound, hold on. I'm sick of facts.
No, he talking. You can't even tell the host to stop, bro. You can't tell the host to stop.
Crying, my nigga.
Hold on,
Okay,
hold on.
I'm crying. I'm crying. I'm crying, right?
Yes.
I'm crying.
On some 1960 shit.
Just move,
I'm
man.
crying. I guarantee. I guarantee. I guarantee.
All right.
I make more money than you.
No, you
I'm
don't. No, you don't.
grinding my
No, you
I
don't.
grinded
No,
my
you
life
don't.
out.
Let's move the thing on.
No, you
Hold on.
don't.
Come on, listen, man. You guys gotta listen, man. If y'all ain't listening, I'm just bringing y'all down.
Okay, go ahead.
You
My bad.
gotta listen. I'm telling y'all to chill, man. Hold. God, me. That's all I'm saying is this argument's not going nowhere. The truth of the matter is, listen, if we're gonna, there's all kinds of stories, but we gotta speak to each other from be civil with each other when we're talking. All right, and so we can get a conversation in. What's going on, Nick? So the point really is that okay, we can stop using trigger words like you're crying and all that kind of stuff, but let's have a conversation about it. So let's not get argued with it. But the fact that old generational wealth has in perpetuity throughout the ages is one thing, but that doesn't stop somebody from starting it for their own lineage. You gotta start it somewhere. And just because you don't have the benefits of going back 100 years doesn't mean you shouldn't do what you could take for your progeny 100 years from now. That's what you do, right? So forget about, you have to learn the past, but you don't have to be bound by it like an albatross around your neck, right? So if my man had 20 grand to get to his daughter to do a business deal he couldn't do 20 years ago, he's better off. His family is better off. And even if they're not rich, it's the beginning of something new. I know that what I did for my kids, nobody ever did for me. And they're still go ahead and wrestle with it. But I made sure that they had better at my age, at their age, when I was their age, I wish I had the things that they had. But it was my job to make sure that they were able to attain it. Right? So that I laid the track for them to run on. And so every man has to lay the tracks for his family to run on. And then start, if you ain't rich, that's fine. That doesn't mean you have your lineage can't get rich. And that's all that matters. If we need to teach, if African American or Black history is not being taught the way we want it in schools, we can remedy that shit ourselves if we want to. And it doesn't have to be for the whole goddamn country. It needs to start somewhere. And that's
Mr.
it.
Payne. Mr. Payne.
Go ahead, man.
Mr. Payne. If somebody owned 98% of a game, I'm just asking. I just want to ask a quick question. I just want to. It's gonna make sense. If somebody owned 98% of a game and you own 2%, how long would it take you to make that equal, where you had a fair fight? How long do you think it would take you? They got 98 and you got 2%.
Not, Liz, I don't know if you wanted to come up or not. I'm sorry if you're back there. Listen, these are not good arguments.
I'm just asking.
Let me answer that question.
These are not even good discussion points. These
I can answer that question, Payne. Payne, I can answer that question.
Doesn't get us anywhere.
Payne, I can answer that question. It will get us somewhere, right? So we couldn't. So for factuals, we couldn't read or write, right? We used slavery, right? So they had, like you said, they had 98% ahead of us, while we had 2%. Okay, that's facts. So when we were able to read, we're able to have our own families and was free from slavery. Man, we made it so big that they had to burn our cities and flood our towns. So we didn't equalize them. We surpassed them to where they had to have airplanes come over to Oklahoma and bomb us.
And they never let it
So
happen
I don't want to
again.
be equal. Hold on. I don't want to be equal to. I don't want to be equal to white folks, man. And they're not my
They
enemy.
never let it happen again.
Because you know why?
Because they saw what happened. They saw what happened, and you don't understand the trick.
Well, can
you please pull up? Can you please pull up the stage?
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Good.
We never had it again because we had a dude named MLK that wanted to come together and speak some Marxist shit to our people instead of have our own stuff. Because we had black busing. Go read the book Black Fortune. We had our own black bus system. And I never met. I was born in '91, right? So I grew up hearing that white folks don't know how to season chicken. They don't know how to cook. Now they don't know how to do none of our foods. I wouldn't have been back then trying to eat with them, spitting on our food, calling us names, and we know they don't know how to season chicken. Nigga, we was psyop by MLK and that whole Rosa Parks and that whole leadership over there, bro. Because we had our own striving towns. Go look up Lake Lanier in Georgia. We had our
I
own
know.
stuff.
I know.
Go ahead.
I know. Nah, I know, man. I know. And look. I just had to revert back to look, man. Believe what you want to believe. I got T-shirts that say everybody not gonna make the boat. You want to keep going with that? Look, man. You be the person that's left off the boat. I don't got time for that. I'm not finna argue
I'm
with
not
you.
victim blaming. I'm not victim
I'm
blaming
not
anything.
victim blaming either because I never made an excuse. But you said I did.
But you said, hold on. You
I
said
said we need to teach
if they were
history.
98%, if they were 98% ahead of us and we had 2%, I'm telling you how amazing we were.
Can you pull up the stat just so he can see something? Because I don't think he knows reality. Can somebody please pull that up?
Okay, you know why we're behind? Because we don't have the dads in the house of knowledge and teaching
Can
our
you
kids
please
how to
pull that
read.
up? You don't understand where all that trickle downs from.
Go ahead, bro.
He don't know where all that trickle downs from. The rich half owns about 156 trillion, or about 98% of it. The wealth in this country. The poor half only own about 4 trillion. Think about that.
All right.
You think that you're gonna raise your kid in a society where the rich people control the game, and you gonna raise your kid and take their wealth? You motherfuckers writing rules right now, so you can't take shit.
First of all, nobody's
That's what they doing.
They're not writing. Hold on. They're not writing rules to take nothing from me. Hold on. Hey, Payne.
That doesn't stop
rules
you
to take
from
nothing from
making
me,
your
bro.
own wealth.
Exactly.
Right. But
They're not
JBJ,
writing rules to take nothing from me. I have enough
listen.
Bitcoin, bro. Me and my
I'm
wife
not
got
finna
enough
argue with y'all,
Bitcoin.
man. I'm
And
not finna argue with y'all,
You're
man.
making it an argument.
Let him
Because
nobody
somebody
arguing.
believing with this.
Ain't nobody arguing.
Go ahead, man. Let him play.
That's fine, man. Look. Y'all can argue, man. Look, if you want to be on the outside of it, that's fine, and that's why.
Yes. Hey, look. I'm outside of your. I'm outside of your victim town. I'm cool with that.
Dude, I'm not claiming no victim. I don't know why you keep saying that.
So why you keep making? Why you keep making
People that's on the right.
Why you keep doing that Hamadism, bro?
You claim victim. The people
Why you
on the
keep doing
right
that
claim
Hamadism?
victim more than anybody
Why you
else.
keep doing
What are you
that?
talking
Why
about?
you keep doing that?
I
Why?
have a question. Because
Yeah, go
listen,
ahead.
JBJ, what you're saying is true. I'm gonna say this, then I'm gonna ask a question. What you're saying is true, JBJ. It's been in existence like that all of our lives and all of our parents' lives, right? That 1% of wealth. We know that. That's in the history books. That's in the. I don't know. Listen, little brother. I don't know if you ever read a 1987 sociology book. Go read a sociology book. It'll let you know America, how it's operating. All of that's true fact. That's true fact. But despite that, right? And let's just say they had 300-400 years a head start. But today's modern man has way more access to the inside than before, because what black men rarely do is work together when they get their bag. They don't go to other brothers and work together to build up, buy the neighborhood block that's turned down. They don't work together. It ain't got nothing to do with another race saying don't do it. No, everybody knows this there. You just have to be willing to do it. That's the problem. Listen, what do you? Oh, listen. We know that we're not going to equal $400 trillion as those that's white people. We know that. But how come black people just can't go ahead and get 50,000 in the bank, 60,000 in the bank, working together? That everybody, and who's saying that ain't wealth? Who's saying that ain't wealth? If I can leave 100,000 to my children, 50,000, they all go to college or do whatever trades they do and create their own generational wealth. We have it where we make it. Everybody ain't built for college. Well, he gonna sit around and lay on you. Everybody don't do this. But it comes to every man's point in life to make a decision on being better wherever he started from. Because half these modern niggas don't know nothing about Jim Crow segregation. They called it struggle love when your aunties and uncles was building $50,000-$30,000 from saving money, not even going to the bank, working together from nothing. So these modern people making excuse. Yeah, the laws have always been the same. But who's going to take it upon themselves to be better? So,
Okay, quick question. Quick question. Just quick question. Why does pointing out an issue in society automatically get reflected back to me that I'm making excuses.
Let me
Because
ask you that.
the
Let me ask you that
situation has
politely.
always been there, and you
And nothing's
give
going to
no
change.
solution.
And nothing's going to
JPJ.
change either,
I'm
JPJ.
just
Nothing's going to change. Go ahead.
If I point out a problem, why is it getting pushback on that you're making excuses? Think
Because you're
about
making
that
it.
before you answer. Think about it before you answer. Remember, think about it before you answer. Why is pointing out a problem?
You need to say it 3 times, man. We heard
Obviously,
you.
you didn't get it. He didn't get it.
No, listen. No, I didn't say you were making excuses. I'm saying that what you just said is not that profound.
Obviously, it was because he didn't get it.
Listen to me answer. This is not that profound. We know that the wealth is concentrated in the 1%. That doesn't stop you or anybody else. Wait, you showed a statistic. Let me answer.
I'm not talking about that right now.
Wait a minute. That doesn't stop the next guy from getting his own. It just doesn't. You're not going to be one of these 1%ers, but that doesn't mean you got to stay in the shit. You can get out of the shit if you want to. And that's what you have to do. Just I don't care if there's a 1%.
You're proving the point.
That doesn't mean you and your family can't survive and thrive. It doesn't.
You're proving the point of what I just asked, or the question I just asked. Fur, Payne, you just proved the point of the question I just asked.
No, I didn't.
What's the point that he proved?
Yeah, what point did I
prove? The point that he proved is just by me pointing out a problem doesn't mean somebody's playing victim. Doesn't mean that somebody's making excuses. You literally just ended by saying that doesn't mean you can't pull yourself out of somewhere. You're playing it like somebody's. Yeah.
So let me ask you, hey, first,
Hey, like nobody can survive because we're not part of the 1%er. That's how you
I'm stating
exactly what you did.
No,
Let's
I'm
have a
stating
dialogue.
a
Hey, hold on.
reality.
Let me have a dialogue.
A
Hey,
reality.
JBJ, you just said in the insult that you make more than me, right? I'm not going to answer that. But you saying
I
that
said
you're
I
so
probably do.
but you don't. But let's go with you do though, right?
Okay,
you
okay.
made it. Hey, you're not right, but you made it right.
Not according to him.
You're
And
not
I know
right, but
that
you made it right.
and I hear you. Yes, and I know that I'm not everybody.
Everybody
ain't gonna
everybody
make it.
ain't gonna make it.
Exactly.
Any person ain't gonna make it. So which?
You
So why
proving
are you
the
making that? So why are you making that? So hold on. So why are you making that the hammer to nail that down? Of everybody ain't gonna make it. Duh.
You trolling, man.
Everybody gonna make it. Duh.
You trolling.
Look, gentlemen. Look, it's been fun, man. Obviously, this is above y'all
See,
here, man. I'm not even sure
see that condescending shit. No, that's low level the way you react.
It's that
That
condescending
shit
shit.
crazy.
It's not
do
above
you
our
That shit
head.
crazy as hell.
Do you understand that if you was an owner of a business,
If
you might
you
have
was
the
an owner.
issue? Hold up. I own my own business. What are you talking? But if
I
you're
own
owner
my
of a
business
business,
too with my
and you
wife. With my wife.
that's right. I wasn't talking to you. I wasn't
own my
talking
own
to you,
business
man.
too. Own
Come
too.
on
Well, you
down.
keep
Calm
saying it's over our
down.
head. You keep saying it's over our head.
Calm
Though. That's
down.
why.
Final
You keep
thoughts.
throwing jabs. You would not do that in
Can you
person. You
calm
keep
down?
throwing
Can you
jabs.
calm down?
Hey,
Dude, hold on. First off, you came in saying that I'm over here playing the victim. You was throwing jabs from the get-go. And that
That's
was
not
not
a
a
name
jab
call
at
though.
you.
That's not a
That's
name
not a
call.
jab. That's not a jab at you. That wasn't a jab at you.
Final thoughts. JVJ, final thoughts, man.
Yeah, let me go ahead. Look, all I'm saying is, look, we need to teach true history in this country so people know where they come from. If you don't know your past, you're doing to repeat it. And that's all I got. Yeah.
All right, man. Listen, man. Stop. Thanks for stopping by, man. It's been fun. All right, brother. All right, man. We'll see you.
Peace.
All right, man. Seven, you got some final thoughts up there, man?
Yes,
What you got?
yes, I do. When I have my kids, me and my wife have our kids, I would teach them about the Black Seminoles, the Maroons. I would teach them about the success that Black people had, okay, and still have. I'm not gonna go from what we didn't have, but I'm gonna teach them how we overcame stuff and how we've always fought and came up top, even when we were held down, like a beach volleyball. You can hold us down for so long, but we came up though, way surpassed them. And the whole issue is the money's broken. The money is broken. It has nothing to do with color. It has to do with we're working so hard and we're barely getting anywhere because they keep printing money. They keep debasing us like they did during COVID. It has nothing to do with color. I've seen poor white people. I've seen poor Mexicans. I've seen poor blacks. But like Coach Berg said, everybody that's held me back look black.
I hear
I
you.
ain't never had. I lived in Seattle for 12 years, and I lived in Atlanta in the beginning of my life. So I've seen two different type of people. Anybody who's held me back was black, not white. So don't live by this victim or it's them and revisionist history bullshit, bro. You can make it. I only got a high school education, and I know the game because I read my books. I know what happened in 1971 with the Federal Reserve. I know that I'm working hella hard, but I ain't getting nowhere because they keep printing my fucking money. They keep printing the money. They keep debasing me. So it's white, black, Mexican, Indians in America that we all getting screwed over because of the Federal Reserve. That was created in 1912.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Yeah. Anything
Just by
else?
reading books, you know what's going on, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got that powerful thing in your hand called a computer or a phone, where to get all the information in the
Exactly.
world.
We have access. Coach
Yep.
Berg didn't have access. Coach Berg made it had an excuse because you had the three-strike law. You had the 90s. You had those jobs go overseas to China. This is actual facts. So you had Gary, Indiana. You had Detroit. You had Michigan. You had California. Because I was born in '91. When he was a young pup, his jobs were shipped overseas to China and other countries. So it was hard for him to provide. So he was probably gang banging drugs or going to war,
Oh
whatever it
man,
was.
no, brother, don't do none of that.
So I was born right after the LA riots, man. So he didn't have an opportunity, but I'm not gonna keep saying that I'm still stuck because we got internet, we got phones, we got knowledge, we got podcasts to understand from all different types of races across the country and the world. How do I get up? You can learn how to code by just watching YouTube and subscribing to somebody and getting their Patreon. Ain't no white man stopping me from opening up a Patreon and making a profile.
Right.
That's why I say they sound like excuses, and I didn't mean to attack him. Sounds like to me excuses, but I'm not playing.
Oh man, shoot. All right, man.
What happened? What's going on? It's only me? Oh, final words. Yeah, man, brother. Look, man, I had opportunities, man. I joined the service, went to college. I'm paying you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just doing my final words, man. You know, I was just clarifying to my brother, you know, I had opportunities like everybody else, going to college, joining the military. I took advantage of my opportunities and options when they became available. And, you know, listen, man, we all in America, man. You know, everybody opportunity ain't gonna come at the same time. You know, despite what we have coming out of our homes as teenagers, we're going to be faced with the realities of life. And then at that point, you're going to have to make a decision to better your own life. You know, some choose to bow out early. Some choose to continue to work and put forth the effort. You know, we're not going to come out the gate with success. Well, I ain't going to say success, but for the most part, we ain't going to come out the gate with millions of dollars in the bank and families who created millions of dollars. Most of us are going to start out working a job, going through the education system, which we did, and then becoming adults and making decisions to be better based off our experiences as young people. You know, I'll say this, I wasn't saying, okay, now they're clarifying, it just seems like it's the same things that's being repeated on why we can't do anything. You know, but again, everybody has the same opportunity. You know what I'm saying? Our pain brought it to my attention a few weeks ago when he was like, despite all these laws and regulations, he still put in the work to become the person that he was. And that pays, our pain, you muted. You muted, brother.
Ask you a question on that. Why do so many people fight against the fact that, you know, they've overcome obstacles to actually be where they are in order to keep the narrative going that we're helpless, right? We just had you know, GL up here. He had all these credentials. I'm asking, well, you know, how did you make it? With all this oppression out there, you're right here, right? Even in this guy, JVJ, right? I mean, he's talking in this circle of bullshit. But how did you make it?
Right.
You know, and nobody wants to talk about that. I mean, how did you get out of this shit? And this whole notion that I didn't have $1 million. I hate those arguments.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. Most people, period, not just black people, never had that money. Somebody had to start it, right? Somebody had to start, you know. So anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt your final thing.
No, you know, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said what you said when you said it, when I heard it from you weeks ago, about despite those obstacles, you still found a way to make it.
Yeah,
and
man,
then I
yeah.
thought about it, it was based off decisions. You know what I'm saying? It's based off wanting to be better, telling myself that it's going to be better. And that's why I appreciate the time that I grew up in, because even as friends, if me and you were friends and our pain was talking about being an engineer, I wouldn't be talking about, man, why you want to go to college? I'll be saying, go ahead and be that engineer, brother. And you would give me something like, hey, man. And that was a difference in time, but nothing was in my life was worse than the people before civil rights. Nothing.
Yeah,
I don't care. I've been having a cakewalk, and most of us have, despite the systems and the laws. And
that's true.
So, you know, I believe we could change the dynamic, but it's, you know, as kids, it's going to take some protection of the youth, and then as adults, you know what I'm saying, working together. And it's, I don't know, man. I don't know, our pain, why most people fight against. I really don't have an answer for it for real, but here we are in this very dynamic time for us. And the people, the country is not going to allow you to make excuses on why you're not putting forth your best.
No. Yep.
And those that do will fall quick. And those that take advantage of the opportunities will have an opportunity to thrive. So I don't know how much money people looking for. Give me a couple 100,000 and shut me the hell up. I'm good with. You know what I'm saying? I can live out the rest of my life, and everybody under me, I hope that they could at least pool some money together and build off of that without just breaking the bank. So, you know, great show, man. Great topic, man. It's the longest, man. I've seen you up, man. Album, man.
Hey, the guys kept popping up, man. I gotta admit that they wanted to pop up. Let's have the conversation, man. That was cool. Yo, man, thanks. I'm gonna just get the final words. Stick around, man. You know I'm gonna play my signature song, man. Later, man. I'll talk to you later. Anyway, man, we're gonna end the show here. Listen, I tell people, listen, I've been through a lot of experiences. I'm the past, and all the young people out there, man, close your eyes and look towards the future. You know, it's what you make it. You know, you have an opportunity to shape your future. You have the opportunity to be the one to put your progeny on a path to success you never had. It doesn't matter that you're a generation, 2 generations, 10 generations behind. What the hell does that have to do with 10 generations in the future? Because you didn't have the trappings, you mean 10 generations from now, they shouldn't have? You know, you started. You be the one to start it. You be the one to be able to have the money and have the house or whatever it is to pass down so people could build upon something, right? It doesn't matter that you didn't have a sugar daddy to give you $1 million. I can't stand those goddamn arguments because it's not your reality, right? So live in your own reality. I don't understand why so many American blacks want to still be so beholden to the Democrats with all of their history and what they did to us. You think they really fundamentally changed? You know, and victim mentality is the top number thing they have. We got to get off the mental plantation. It's a different kind of bondage. It is. And black women, you know, you're going to have to come to Jesus on your own, because it's no way that 92% of black women should be liberals. You know, there's something wrong with that. There's something that says we need to coddle and we need to be able to be protected by some system out there that gives us affirmation and attention, you know, gives us the, you know, our inferiority to the rest of the women out there. Black women, you guys are the most coddled women in the entire world. The American black woman. Believe it or not, you guys have more sway than a lot of women, maybe save white girls, but a lot of them are jealous of y'all. You know, so listen, I'm gonna go get on out of here. Thanks, Coach Furs, DL, JVJ, everybody else who came up in the chat. You know, Trey came up and all that kind of stuff. I'm gonna leave you with my signature song, and to me, you know, we will rise again. That's my little baby there. So I'm gonna play it for you. Listen to the words, and then we're going to just go ahead and end the stream. I appreciate you coming up. And hey, listen, Lit, thanks for being in the back. And let's rock and roll.
In the shadow of the oak trees, where the too many lives lost their shine, our hands are callous, our hearts are heavy, so many dreams lost in time. Fields stretch out like a memory, whispers blown in the breeze, yearning for a place where we can finally breathe. We are trapped on the plantation, bound by mental chains that leave us drained. But there's a fire inside of us. We will rise again. With our voices, we'll break the silence. With our hearts, we'll find our way through the shackled darkness of our past to a brighter, free, thinking modern day. Underneath the midnight sky, stars begin to glow. We gather round in secret, sharing tales of hope. New words of freedom echo boldly, energizing our souls. We'll march to the rhythm of a true dream that makes us whole. We are trapped on the plantation, bound by mental chains that leave us strained. But there's a fire inside of us. We will rise again. With our voices, we'll break the silence. With our hearts, we'll find our way through the shackled darkness of our past to a brighter, free, thinking modern day. Every heart that's been broken, every life that's been torn, is a seed of revolution in the fields where we were born. So we'll stand up together, hand in hand we will fight for the dreams of our ancestors. We must claim our birthright. We are trapped on the plantation, bound by mental chains that leave us strained. But there's a fire inside of us. We will rise again. With our voices, we'll break the silence. With our hearts, we'll find our way through the shackled darkness of our past to a brighter, free, thinking modern day. So let the winds of change come, let them hear our song. For we are breaking the mental shackles, and we will rise strong. From the ashes of our history, a new dawn will appear. Trapped no more, we'll find our way off the plantation, for our freedom is here.
Good night.